I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address. And now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. Just fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm always the first one to the party, guys. Get your asses back on it.
I could say something dirty, but I won't. But a gentleman always lets a lady.
That's fine. I'll just sit here, talk to them myself. My camera on.
Your
hey guys.
audio's a little low.
My volume?
Yeah, just a little.
Oh.
Are you sure it's not you, Lou? Because she's fine for me, and you said I was low as well.
I can hear you fine now, so I don't know.
Sonny, you and I are the only ones that never have issues.
I know. I think it's these people. Yeah.
Welcome, Lou, though.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah. Lewis is with us tonight again, guys. And so, hey, Mama. But Metal Mama, he doesn't have any chopstick, he said. I did give him pre-warning, but yeah, he's going to have to, like, take it till he makes it. Yeah. But, yeah. So, yeah, Sonny's loud and clear. Oh, there's one. So, Adam, are you purposely hiding from the camera?
I'll be there.
He'll be there. Okay. So, you guys know I put out a video earlier, too. I kind of had to stop. I had to stop making the video because I didn't want to be upset for the live tonight and be a downer type of thing, because it's, like, very heavy when you're literally making a video for, like, your own friend in a sense. And then, do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just, it makes it very hard. So I'll work on it more tonight and then tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm pretty much on do not disturb. Besides Steffa, me and Steffa will have we need to still talk because she decided to go to sleep on me instead tonight. Have a little break.
So that means you're going to respond to me tomorrow, Sonny.
Yeah. Well, since you called me Deb, yeah, definitely not now.
You
so
don't
anyway,
be so lucky.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely tomorrow, please do not disturb. Do not disturb.
Can't make any promises.
Yeah, I'll ignore. But yeah, Lewis, thank you for joining us tonight again.
Sure.
It's been a little bit. You said you've been really busy as well.
Yeah, life comes before everything else, you know.
Apps, yeah, it does. True enough. Yeah. So,
Louis Franklin, man, the congressman.
The congressman? Yeah. What about the congressman? I heard the congressman. Somebody had something on for a sec. But anyway, let's do some quick shout outs. Adam, you want to give some quick shout outs for us?
Hold on.
Or do you want me to do it?
You can do it.
Okay.
I'm responding to something.
Hey, Callie. Hey, Ozzy. Hey, Sharon. Oh, I see. He's so busy. Such a busy man. You know, just like every live, right? It's almost like, oh, it's all about Adam. And then all of a sudden he's going to... Wait, what?
I said, oh, whatever.
Yeah. Well, we did say, well, Deb's away, we can play. So I'm so sorry, Deb, that you're making submarines and are so tired. Have an extra nap on us. And Callie, right? You guys, we're gonna party. Sorry, Deb. We said that, well, Deb's off today. Darn it, she's gonna miss the strip show.
Lou, are you ready?
Yeah.
Whenever.
Yeah. All right. Hi, Jill Moser. How are you? Oh, there. Put the name up there. Hi, Lisa. How are you? Oh, Lisa. How many smart ass comments can she do today? Let's see. Love it. Love it. Doing better, even though I knew the new C-Vax yesterday. Oh, hey, Sharon. Hey, beautiful. Aspen Connor. Hey, ugly. How are you today? I'm just kidding. Sunny, Deb, and Adam. Oh, yeah. Well, if Lewis is Deb, then hey, Luke, stick on a blonde wig, eh? Here's
I'll have to
Tommy.
change my avatar and just keep the screen off.
Yeah, it is Friday. I messaged Steve from True Crime Web, and I'm like, hey, Steve, want to join the live tonight? Thinking it was Wednesday when I said it. Because on Fridays, he's always they babysit their grandson. So if he does make it on, you have the link. If Metal Mama makes it on, drop the link as well. What is it with people being busy on Fridays? What the heck, right? And so, hey, Freckle Joy, how are you? I have an entire weekend off. Well, then that means I have an entire weekend to ignore you. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding, Freckle Joy. Oh, here we go. See, let's pretend like we're sad. Deb is not with us. She has to step in and take care of the college boys who need food. Hi, Deb. Her son sucking. Yeah. Just take a moment of silence there. We gotta fight for right. We're so sad. All right. I'm due. We love Deb. I'm due for mine, Sharon. Hope you feel better. Absolutely. I haven't had a weekend off for months. Okay. And so Tommy gets this. Tommy always leaves that on a video. He gets that. Let's see. Oh, there's Lovelies. Hello, Lovely. Deborah Young is in the house. Yeah, I can hear y'all fine. Good. DGR Dave. Hey, Dave. How are you? Hey, Jenny. Hey, Troublemaker. Let's see. That again. Support with Steffa. Sunny is on mine tomorrow. No, I'm on. Yes, I'm all yours for. You got 5 minutes, girl. Tomorrow, maybe 50. When we say 5 minutes, we know there's no truth to that. How many times have we said that? Linda's looking Miller. Hi, Linda's looking Miller. Say that 10 times fast. Hi, Peace. How you doing? Hey, Kathy. Grandma watches. Grandma watches. She needs to have like a grandma watches everyone. Yeah. Red. Did you guys have a falling out with HCC? Did you see his recent live with Snay?
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
We like HCC, so no, we've not. But I'll message them.
Who's HCC?
Who's your crime case or cold case?
I don't even actually know that person. Do you?
Yes.
Oh.
But I'm not aware of what Red's talking about. But like I said, I'm not gonna watch the channel that's on because it's not my style. But but I will message them because I do have respect for that person, and I'll see what's up. No big deal. I
don't actually know the channel, to be honest. I think I've heard of it, but I actually don't know who the person is.
Yeah.
And Red, no, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. Rick Snake. Hey, Kathy, how are you? And let's go. Oh, sorry, guys. I guess did I get everyone? Blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Oh, there. Carmen Funster. Hi, Kathy. And I think that's good. You said it perfectly right there, to be honest with you. Let's see. Yeah. Again. Or you know what? Let's do this channel a favor. Let's keep out the trash. Shall we? Yeah. Oh, there's Lewis. Because honestly, they can. Yeah. So anyways, let's see. Adam, what are you doing actually? Besides hiding behind your camera.
Right. Well, I'm sorry.
It's because he's texting.
It's top secret private.
Yeah. You guys, I still want to once again thank Kristen from behind the crime door for the Flora girls bracelets and the Abby and Libby as well, right? Lewis, where's yours? Oh, you don't have any?
I've been out of the loop for 2 weeks.
I need I need to get in touch with Kristen because I don't know if she's the one. Is Kristen the one that made these, or I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm not really sure.
Because
I don't know if she made them or got them from somewhere.
I would like to do them for Karina. I've said that, and I'd like to figure out how to do that. So, Kristen, if you're watching,
yeah,
like help me.
Red, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, I appreciate it. That honestly, I just like I told Deb and Adam. I asked them not to put anything about what the other channels are saying, about us, because I would have to like literally care, and I don't, because at the end of the day,
I'll get to the bottom of it. Yeah.
Like YouTube doesn't do jack squat, to be honest with you, and unless they get mass reporting and stuff like that, and it's really a joke, to be honest with you. I just choose to really ignore it for the most part. I just could care less. Red, I was annoyed.
Oh, there's Hoosier.
There's Hoosier. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Hoosier. Because I mean, if we did something to offend anyone, I apologize. But no, I mean, I respect you at the utmost, and thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah.
So, I love you.
So yeah, but as for, like I said, certain channels that we have no time of the day for, in here, I literally just don't care, because while we're caring about people, they can throw people underneath the bus, or they can say whatever they want, whatever. We'll do what they can do them.
Thank you, Hoosier.
But thank you for coming in and saying that. Hoosier. Am I saying it right?
Hoosier.
Hoosier. Who's your daddy? I got to remember this as I'm saying it.
Yeah.
That's it.
They kind of like who dis, but who's your daddy?
Yeah.
Like Maury Povich.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I always get confused because I've seen a few channels with that title in it. So I always get kind of like a mental block of the name. So when you say who's your cold cases, I'm like,
just knowing his character, just knowing the character, HTC is not about drama.
You know what? I believe
that was probably just a misunderstanding.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I've seen the channel a couple times, knowing full well that I don't really watch channels too much at all. I just don't. It's just my way. I'm usually working on stuff instead.
Right. HTC does a lot of work, especially for cases that are not high profile, and I have mad respect for channels like that. And I know that Hoosier has good taste in creators because Mel and Amy are two of Hoosier's friends as well. So now, Snay or whatever that channel, Rick Snay,
You heard Anna and Sunny apologize?
No, wait, what?
I don't understand actually. To be honest, what are you talking? What do you mean, Kelly? I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, look at Freckle Joy. Freckle Joy's got a weekend off and a lot of of attitude to give.
Oh, you're playing with it. I'm sitting there playing with it, and all of a sudden it just disappears, and I'm like, what?
You know how much I like control, Sonny.
I know. Who's your mama? Who's your daddy? Who's your Sonny? Hey, there's a bug on my. Okay, go away. Okay. Yeah. I don't. Honestly, Callie, I don't know what that thing meant earlier. I don't know. Okay, you got a country song running in my head now. I'm a little bit country and I'm a little bit rock and roll. I'm the rock and roll. Okay, I'm good. Good to see you all. I'm glad to be here. Thanks. Who's here? It's like a brain block, eh? Let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna watch a little clip. I think it's let me just see how long it is. Actually, just while I'm looking for it, Louis, tell Louis. Let's just remind everybody about yourself? How long have you been following the case for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, since it first happened, back in 17, I live in Indiana. I've got a daughter that's close in age, so it sort of gets your radar up when something like that happens, and you're within an hour or two where it is. So from the very beginning, the first thing I was interested in was what's going on, because you have to be safe for your own family. And then it sort of became a never-ending wormhole to go down.
Yeah, and yeah, a never-ending wormhole, which I tried to limit those wormholes.
When everyone goes down rabbit holes looking at each direction, but the whole thing as a whole case is like a big wormhole. You just get sucked in like a black hole, and you just can't get away from it. And the more information that comes out, the more you want to know, which is why you've got so many people out here with channels and Facebook pages and going down there doing videos and all that. And I think that's what keeps this case alive, where a lot of cases are not. So I think the amount of interest in this is what's kept it going for so long, which is a good thing.
Yeah, of course, right? It is a good thing, because if it was our child or a family member, we would want as much help as we could get, to be honest. At least I would,
Right.
I'd be grateful for any exposure.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want the exposure, whether it's what you believe or what you don't believe, as long as it's not a negative. That's the best thing to have.
Correct. And that's really the point, right? It's supposed to be about positivity, not negativity. It's like the sun versus the freaking storm type of idea. But we just choose to bring light, care, compassion, and offer voices to anyone that wants to have a voice. Sunday will be about addiction. We'll talk about Delphi and stuff too, but because there's lots of drugs that revolve around Delphi, of course. But Jessica, I know she'll be on Sunday. I'm not sure when even if Adam and Deb can't start at the same time as me, but I kind of want to do a little bit of a marathon, because it will be, okay, guys, transparent.
What time are you starting?
I was thinking 4:30 my time, which is 7:30 Eastern Standard Time.
I can't get up before the sun goes down.
Exactly. I believe so too, Nathan. It will definitely be that if people want to donate again to the funeral, Blaine's funeral is on October 27th. Okay, so it goes directly to that funeral home. Somebody wants to donate. The secondary thing, we are not promoting any other thing besides these two things. The bio link. I didn't even see let me see if it comes up. I didn't see Streamlabs doing its thing. Because I put in hello and I didn't see it come up, but usually it takes 5 minutes before Streamlabs kicks in. Or it happens right away. So I'm just trying to wait and see. Oh, there it is. Okay. So the bio on there, it has my Twitter, my Facebook page, or actually our Facebook page, my Instagram. It has the merch site on there. It has the PayPal. So for the PayPal, that is strictly for, not strictly for, but I mean, if you want to donate to the children, the 3 children for Christmas time, 100% of that will go towards the children. We'll have an end date. I'll say probably like the end of November would probably sound like a good end date for it. I know that Blaine would be appreciative of it. I know that Ashley would be appreciative of it. And I know that the kids, because it's basically one of those things that if you do donate, and a couple of people did yesterday, by the way. So Peggy, thank you. And Mark, thank you very much. I seen those come in. And Louise, thank you for as well the donation. And I know that the children would be blessed. And it would take a little bit of relief off of, I'm sure, Ashley. It would mean a lot. Let me just put it that way. So if you guys do, those are the only two things. We're not promoting a GoFundMe. We're not promoting anything like that. Okay. It's just two things: the children and anything from the merch side as well that has Blaine's on it. I think there's like 5 items. That will go to the children for Christmas as well. So basically, if something costs $22 and we charge $29 on there, just for the kids on those runs, okay, that one will go. That profit there will go right to the kids into that fund for the Christmas. And yeah, so that people can still do that now, and you guys can still go to those the website and the obituary. But Sunday is a specific day about addiction, about donations for Blaine or the children, and just about people talking about their struggles and how they've overcome. And
are you, Sunny? I have a question really quick. So if a person or two, that would want to also share it, I mean, are we done? Do we have enough people, or do more people open to telling their story? Or
say that again, Adam?
I mean, do we have enough? I mean, do we kind of have a full slate, or if
no, if there's somebody out there, no,
right.
I mean, it's
we know I'm addicted to you, but
well, I know,
I
and addicted to shopping, and those ones don't count quite as much. But yeah.
Okay. Just check.
So this link that I dropped now, that was directly. Somebody donated $1,000 on the obituary. It's like, okay, their goal is 8,500. I looked today. Me and 2 other people donated, I think, and then someone donated like $1,000.
And they want to remain.
And I know it was not you, Adam.
No, but they want to remain. They want to remain anonymous.
Correct. So whoever that beautiful person is out there, I'm just going to say thank you for Blaine, because it really does cost a lot to have funerals, and especially when I don't want to sit there and say, but especially when sometimes families don't have a lot, and there's some that have more than others that are able to help out more, and stuff. So
to the person that did that,
you
know who you are, and I will never forget that kind of generosity.
Yeah, some people are able to, and it's nice that people can do that. So
even if they can, they don't have to. Yeah. That's the difference.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I will gift an amount at the end of November to help out the kids. You know what? You don't, honestly, and nobody needs to say anything. If people do, they do. If they don't, they don't, Callie. I know Callie always does things all the time, but it's one of those things. You have the PayPal link. You have the obituary link.
Yeah.
If you do, if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. If not, doesn't matter. Even if you go, even if some of you guys they're like, there's nothing on his wall really that I see either too much. Just go leave a message or something if you did appreciate Blaine on the lives and his his experiences. I always just thought it was really cool how 2 people from the opposite ends of the spectrum, just like I said, we love the guy. And yeah,
that was my whole thing. I was like, you couldn't get more different in life than my experience and his experience. And
yeah,
and same.
Hey,
same with you, Sunny. But we somehow immediately all connected.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Caring Hearts will do that, won't they? I want to say a couple of things. Alexa was in a car accident.
What?
Last week. So sorry, Alexa, if you're watching now. I meant to bring it up on the live and I forgot. I did email her a couple times and she emailed me back again today. And so she was in a car accident. She's okay, but she's really sore. And so prayers for Alexa. Love you, miss you. And you just heal yourself up. And when you run out of a love cup of Sunny, well, then there's like Adam or Deb or Louie. Do you want Louie too? Yeah. possibly. But yeah, just love for Alexa there. And there was one other thing I was gonna say and I forgot. It will come back to me.
You need clip notes.
No, but you know how it was just like right there, and also just like ADHD, think squirrel.
Deb should take notes for us so that she can we can refer to them.
I remember. Charismatically clever. Him and his friend made a really nice tribute video that I will play on Sunday as well. It was so nice that Grizz said, like Sunny, I have this tribute that we made for Blaine, and I just want to say that was an unexpected surprise when I watched it. He sent me the link today, but he's gonna it's not quite finished, and it was beautiful. It was great. It was perfect. Yeah, and so I wanted to give a shout out to Grizz for doing that. Because Grizz didn't really know him besides he saw him on here, but that was a beautiful thing to do. Appreciate that. So we'll show that on Sunday as well. That's why I kind of want to make it more like a little bit of a marathon thing. I want it
so it's going to be a long live on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm expecting, nothing out of the ordinary, 4 to 5 hours, nothing too crazy, right? But who knows? I just wanted to be about, like I said, people sharing their stories about Blaine, raising money for his kids. If people want to donate to help out with the costs and stuff like that, talking about the addictions. And yeah, so if there is anyone that's in the live right now that care to, want to send an email because they want to be on the live and tell their story if they want, obviously, how we always have our banner. Whoops, there we go, going. Then yeah, do that, and you can email just so we know, okay? So yeah, because there's people out there. There's the fighters. There's people out there that have a lot of sadness, but they understand that awareness to help others can make a difference. Obviously, it does make a difference because if there was no fighters, and everyone just hid, type of thing, and didn't talk about things, well, there wouldn't be all these great communities out there that do, for those people that have those personalities that want to talk and want to fight. Some people can't handle it. Some people don't want to be on camera and talk, but there's a lot of people out there that do, because they don't want it, and it's not really cheesy to say it because honestly, if someone sees a video and one person saw the light because of it or wanted to make a change to their own life, honestly, it's just worth it. And any one person that something can impact, it is a step forward. So yeah, we hope Alexa gets better too. Of course. Love you, Alexa. Miss you, Alexa. As when I thought Blaine was helping you with your beard game. It was so funny, Lisa. I was watching a video today where Blaine's on on a live, and he's sitting there combing his beard, whips out his comb and starts oh, it made me laugh. And he was literally doing it on the live too. Okay, let's see what this says. The reason Indiana has named Hoosier State is from the road crew that serviced Indiana highways. Indiana is a crossroads, and folks driving through Indiana would see the Hoosier signs. I feel like I'm getting that word down pat on there. I'm still trying to understand this sentence, to be honest. The reason Indiana was named the Hoosier State is from the road crew that serviced Indiana highway. Oh, okay. Indiana is the crossroads, and folks driving through would see the Hoosiers. Still, where does that word derive from? Where does that word derive from? Hoosier. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, who said, I'm going to name this Hoosier? We're going to call it Hoosiers. Hey, Grizz. Yeah. Did you just hear me talking about you, Grizz? Or did you just come in? Yes, I grew up with a minister mission to rescue addicts. But you know what? I cannot think of one person he lost. He wouldn't even visit them in jail if they had an... Oops. Oh. That was nice. He would even go visit them. That's nice, Ozzy. This is right. This is right here where I watch so much love carrying down to earth people. Thank you, Deborah. Thanks. Appreciated. Hey, Carrie Ann. There's Grizz. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna play that clip quickly, and then we can discuss Delphi, and yeah.
How long is it?
Why? You're hiding behind your camera anyway.
No, I'm not. I'm Hey, Carrie Ann. Sorry.
It is. I was gonna look, and then So it is 6 minutes and 34 seconds. Okay, guys.
No, that'll do.
Oh well, then yours must have been burning then, Grizz. Okay, so I'm gonna play this clip. What does Rez say? Current update on FBI Indiana State regarding Indiana child trafficking. 65 children rescued since Dropbox was discovered. 28 children still missing. Oh, that's a nice update. Thank you for sharing that, Rez. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. It's sad that it's like this. But that's pretty good numbers. Who's for corn.
Sonny, could you block Anna Lizette? I'm kidding.
I was just gonna say, I was like, okay, who am I blocking right now, right?
I'm just like, we're so sorry that accidentally happened, and I'm just giving you crap.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame it on Streamlabs. I'm just gonna take it out on Streamlabs. To be honest, I feel like no guilt on this one. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was actually Deb.
It was Lewis's fault.
No, it was Deb.
I'll take the blame. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Anna's name back. Yeah.
I'm still deciding on that. Crack some jokes and maybe we'll keep you again. Yeah. All right. So we're just gonna watch a video. 6 minutes 34 seconds.
Lisa, you're next.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So see you in a minute, guys.
I mean, the families are just devastated. They're tired. So they started first thing, 7 a.m. They all met at a fire station, a bunch of people that were searching, and they split into groups and went out to look.
We got up the next morning and we headed out to look again. We were all put into groups, and then I was put into the group that actually got to cross the bridge, and the others stayed behind to look on the wooded area that's over on the other side.
They brought in drones and dogs, and they even had a dive team search that creek that they were hanging around near the bridge. They went to all different parts of the trail system throughout the town and were just looking everywhere possible. Police obviously tried to track their cell phones, but they believed that they were turned off like right after they disappeared. Tips started coming in. There was one woman who said that she was on the bridge right after the time that they believed they went missing, and she didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but that was really it. So it was very, very scary for Abby and Libby's families. And then the next day, February 14th, Valentine's Day, their bodies were sadly found.
We were looking underneath the bridge, and as soon as we'd gotten back to the private drive, somebody yelled up the hill that they'd found a shoe. And knowing that I dropped the girls off and I remembered what they were wearing, I knew exactly what shoes my sister and Abby were both wearing. So as soon as they yelled up what type of shoe it was, I knew exactly whose it was. It wasn't long after they told us that they'd found the shoe that a searcher found the bodies of the girls.
The girls' bodies were found about a half mile from the bridge and were also found on the edge of a private property line.
I was totally defeated. That morning, I had actually packed a bag with a granola bars and a blanket in them, hoping that the girls would need them. They would be so happy to have a granola bar after being outside all night. So after that, the experience is very blurry. I don't remember much up until the funeral, to be honest. It was countless interrogations, countless news reporters coming to the house, countless people bringing over bread and pasta. And that's what I remember from those days. I remember laying in my bed crying, and I remember my grandparents crying together. And I remember very vividly the day that I asked my grandparents if we could move my bed into their bedroom, because I couldn't sleep knowing that there was somebody out there, and I wasn't able to talk to anyone about it. I was scared to talk to my grandparents. I was scared to talk to any of my family, really. And I think that's mainly because I knew they were hurting too. Trying to go through something when everybody around you is hurting too, you don't want them to hurt like you're hurting. And so you just keep quiet.
It hit the community really, really hard. There was tons of support for the families. There were multiple vigils held for the girls, and the school that they attended took a bunch of extra steps to try and make other students feel comforted in such a horrible time. You know, they offered them counseling. It was just a very sad, sad time because these two girls had so much life left to live. They were such well-liked girls too, and they're so young, and they were just innocently enjoying their day off of school when their lives were tragically stolen from them. They did autopsies on their bodies and found that both of these girls were killed in a double homicide. So there was definitely foul play involved, which I think was so weird that the police instantly ruled that out right off the gate. They didn't think that was a possibility.
In the beginning, I trusted the police a lot. There were times I got really angry because I felt like they were interrogating me more than anyone else. And at that point they probably were. I was the last person to see the girls, and I understand that now. But at the time, that was the worst part of everything. It was so defeating knowing that they wanted to talk to me again, knowing that I needed to give my DNA to them a third time, knowing that they were still questioning whether I knew what happened. And now I know that they were doing their job, and they still are. And everything they're doing is for us and for the girls, and they are doing such a tremendous job now. I think they've messed up a lot, and I think they're making up for that in different ways. But I have a lot of faith in them, and I know that they're going to be the reason this is solved. In the beginning, there were a lot of things they didn't know. So now that they know more than they did then, they're able to investigate better, they're able to use different technology, they're able to use resources that they maybe didn't have before.
So then February 15th, they released the shot from Snapchat with the picture of the man in the background. At first, they said that this man was someone that they just wanted to speak to see if they could try to draw him out of the woodworks. But then a few days later on the 19th, they announced that he was their suspect in this case. This person has never come forward and has never been found. And then we found out that on Libby's phone, there was a video audio recording saved that you can actually hear a male's voice saying, "Down the hill."
Guys. Down the hill. Guys. Down the hill. Guys. Down the hill.
And they believe that this likely was the man who committed these murders. And then police have also apparently found a recording of the girls talking about how some man was following them. And so police believe that the girls knew that something was going on right before it happened, and that they were starting to take recordings because these girls were actually known for being really into true crime. So they were smart enough to take these recordings and photos and try to, catch their own killer in a way. Police do believe they did this on purpose and that they were afraid of this man. As far as the video of them talking about the man following them, they have not released that. You know, as in all the cases I cover, the police are not releasing all of the available information, and that's just because they're trying to build their case. So hopefully they have a reason for keeping certain things from the public. They've also indicated that there's additional information on the phone that they have not released in case they have to go to a trial. And something positive, since in January of 2018, a new law had come into effect in Indiana, and this allows police to take DNA samples from anyone who is arrested for a felony case. And then those DNA samples are then tested on national databases of DNA such as GEDmatch.
There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm the star, Lisa. What is this shit? I'm the only one that's on camera talking to you guys. Oh, Deb is a superstar now. You know. There we go. There's Louie. So Louie, what did you take out of that clip that what I played there? Anything that you forgot about or anything?
No, I mean it's the things that stick out to me I don't want to go into, but yeah, it's just
So you weren't listening? Were you listening there?
No, there's just so many points in there that, you know, it's...
Yeah, okay.
Well, I can say, you know, if
I'm going to skip what I want to say.
If there's anything you would like me to follow up when I speak to Kelsey in December, just let me know. I could follow up on any questions.
Right. So you probably will get to personally talk to her, won't you?
Until the security pulls me away.
Well, hopefully you get a few words in before that happens.
or I try to get in and they're like, sorry, sir, your ticket is not valid.
Just remind everybody, Adam, what exactly you're going to. You're going to an event that's in...
So there's an event on the 16th, I believe, of December in Atlanta, which I came across. I'm not entirely sure what it is other than Kelsey German is going to be doing a speech. It's a 3.5 hour event, so I don't know if it's dinner or what, but it's very small. I think there are like 50 or 60 tickets that were available. And it's called Life After Delphi. And it's just an event that's going to be her featured as the speaker of telling about, I assume, kind of what happened and the loss of her sister and what that's done to her and her family and life since then. So when I came across it, I was incredibly grateful for the person that sent me the information, because I had not heard anything about it, and I don't think a lot of people had. So I jumped on it, and it's a tape, and there are like, I think 8 or 9 tables, and that's it. So I bought myself a seat at one of the tables, and then I'm going to go. I would love for other people to go as well. I don't know if tickets are still available. I do know 2 incredible people that are going that I won't say their names yet.
I'm not, but I'm still incredible. Thanks.
Well, if I could afford to buy you a plane ticket, Sonny, I would immediately have you there.
I couldn't find much of a description.
I know nothing. Yeah, I know nothing about really it more than what I've said, but I knew that I wasn't going to miss the opportunity. So I'm grateful and I'm excited to attend. And like I said, I know 2 other people that are going to be there from YouTube, and they're good people. So.
Oh, so you did wrangle up a couple?
Yep.
Nice.
I used a pair of handcuffs, and I corralled someone that.
Steve. Okay, obviously it was the handcuffs that gave it away. Adam, everyone knows I like Steve's handcuffs. Yeah. Every Cali answers for 100%. So yeah. So sorry, what date was it on again?
I believe it's the it's the Friday or Saturday before Christmas. So it's like the 16th or 17th.
Now, you know what the big question is? Are you going to live stream?
I doubt that. No, I mean, I don't. I probably.
I don't mean
wouldn't.
the event.
No.
I mean from there. If you get a chance to actually speak to her, are you going to try to do an interview or live stream?
We'll see how it goes, eh?
Yeah, I mean, out of respect, I don't, I don't want to. I'm not going to use her story as a tool to like put on YouTube, but we'll see. I mean, I'm sure I will stream from Atlanta when I'm there, but I don't know if I could actually stream anything from the event or from her.
No, I don't mean the event.
Private.
I mean while you're there and what's going on. Are you going to do a little bit of
I'm sure. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to monopolize her or.
Yes, he does. He's lying. He wants to talk to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm generally just kind of nervous a little bit and humbled to like even be in the same space and to hear her story in person. So it really had nothing to do with YouTube. I just wanted to experience it and have that and hear it from her own words because I respect her in my heart.
Yeah,
just breaks at what they've gone through.
Absolutely. Although I'm going to add a funny in here and then we'll go back to that.
Yeah.
Can we have some more pictures like the one that was in the parody video? Could you by chance stop at a few bars along the way? I just need a few more pictures.
Yeah.
Different ones, up to date ones. Because
I don't think that would be the event to show up, 3 martinis.
No, do it either before or after on a different day.
Maybe after.
Yeah.
So you have to find out who's going with them and have them take the pictures. They need to be candid.
Judging from what I know about that, the one of the people going, they might like their own little party. No,
yeah. Most of that video.
Stepha, I will.
Oh, what's Stepha saying?
Yes,
Adam PM me with the info.
Sleuth, come on, you're invited, Sleuth.
Yeah. So a lot of what was in that video, to be honest with you, was just a reminder to me that Kelsey and the families, have been attacked ridiculously. And when she said she had to ask to bring her bed, into their grandparents' room or whatever. Exactly. Because the person's still out there. Still to this day. I mean, obviously it's almost 6 years later, but it's just so heartbreaking. You know what? I maybe forgot. They asked for her DNA 3 times.
Yeah, multiple times. I don't know exactly how many.
Did they screw it up the first and second time or what? Like, I don't. Why would you need someone's DNA 3 times?
Yeah.
Like.
And Stepha, I already sent you the information. I just looked. Oh no, Sleuth, I'd have your back. I'd protect you.
When he says he's going to get into a bar fight, what he means is that he's going to get into like a bear hug thing, where he's going to scrunch the person so hard with a bear hug. That's what Sleuth meant.
No, in all honesty, the truth is that Sleuth and I would probably be fighting over the tissues, because we both care about this case so much and we both love it.
Yeah, they're fighting over the tissues. Sleuth, you gonna take that one? I can see Sleuth with a hanky. Maybe not a tissue. Yeah.
He's got girls. He knows.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's just heartbreaking when I know it's been a few years since that video aired, and it was Kendall raised, by the way, and it's in the description of this video if anyone wants to go watch the whole thing on that one. And they talk about the shoe again, about it was at Adidas. Yeah. My husband, he's from the UK, and Adidas is really huge out there, and he's like, what did you call it? And I said Adidas, and he's like, it's called Adidas. And I'm like, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Adidas. But it's like Adidas is really big out there. It's and I'm like, that was like Adidas at the time. Like that was so like 20 years ago when it came out, and then Nike, and then what is it, Air Jordans and all that stuff came out. I'm like, really, Adidas is popular out here? It was so popular with the Chavs, especially. I just remember getting some really good prices on some. I think it was Reebok. And on these, they had these Reebok, and although our dollar sucks to the UK's, it was like they were like. I just remember my son saying to me, "Hey, Mom, can I get some more of those pants? Because they were really comfy. They were like sweatpants, but they didn't have like the elastic bottom. They were just a really nice pair of pants, to be honest. But they were like $19.99. Convert that to Canadian, in a sense, it's about $30 because it was about double, anyways." What I noticed about the UK, can I just say this, is that their clothing is so much more nicer than ours. It's almost like a lot of it's like very, especially ladies, for cashmere. A lot of it's very soft. I noticed that with when I was shopping there, that it was just a nice quality, soft. I just seen who is it? Sonny. He was probably telling you to pronounce it like that to see if you would. No, that's actually how they say it. Oh wait, all day I dream about Sunny. Yes, I do. That's exactly what it stands for. Spell it yourself. All day I dream about Sunny. Okay, get owned, Callie.
Yep. And I'm in therapy. From those dreams. They're recurring, and every night, same thing. It's just her saying, "At the end of the day, Adam. At the end of the day."
Hello, 713. Why does that seem so wrong? 7. I know it's your birthday, but 7 and then 13. It's like 7's a lucky number. 13 is deemed as like a bad number.
Well, look at me.
True.
Angel devil.
Yeah. You know what? True enough, right? What month is your birthday in, Louis?
January.
Oh, same as my son. You're Capricorn?
Berries?
Yes, Capricorn.
Oh, well, why isn't my son like you?
What day of the week or what day of the month?
11th.
The 11th.
Oh, so that's the day.
We're almost half birthdays.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because July and January, like if it were the 13th, we would be opposite.
You're half year, yeah.
Yep.
That got too deep for me. Yeah.
Well, same as you. He's half birthday as well, Sonny.
What?
When someone shares your half birthday, there's there's like
halfway
a little
out the year.
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
you're exactly opposite on the astrological thing. If you buy it.
Yeah. I guess because my son, he's like a little dick, is what he is, and you're so nice. You don't like what you were, little wiener. But anyway, yeah, you guys. One day I'm gonna know the whole full scale, like not the scales, zodiac sign. I actually don't really know much about zodiac sign. I'm learning from other people that were the Pisces moon and stuff like that, and that Aries and Pisces and Libras, and except for there's a certain Libra that's needs to get ousted.
It's just a fun little thing to look into. I mean, I put weight into it the same as I do anything else. Yeah.
It's even more interesting if you look at numerology with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had someone once legitimately told me that I shouldn't move into the condo I live in because the numbers of my address, they held a meaning that was probably that meant isolation and self-protection, and I was like, okay, well, it's a corner in a really nice condo, so take more chances.
See what happened?
I know. I'm on YouTube and I have no friends.
Yep.
Really? Got lots of YouTube friends. and it's growing.
It's funny you say that, because if you think about it, going through COVID and all this stuff, imagine how many people you do not realize that you affected their lives and got them through the times just because they could watch you guys online. I don't think people realize how much of an effect they have on everyone that's watching.
I wish that I'd come into YouTube like 2 years ago, because that would have been helpful for me then too, because I didn't come into
even now, think about your actual friend circle just from doing the onlines. There's probably so many that you don't even realize know more about you than you can imagine.
I can imagine.
Most of my like actual real like personal friends, don't. A lot of people don't know that I am even on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because every time I say to Adam, "Did you share it on your Facebook or anything?" He's like, "Most people don't know that I'm even on YouTube." They should know, Adam. They should know. They should see some of these videos, especially the
whole client thing too, though. It's like the whole, because a lot of my clients are, so it gets awkward when.
No, it probably is more awkward for you than it would be for them.
Well, yeah, because it's a different, I try to be professional.
They're gonna start teasing you,
but I try to be professional, and
Did he just say professional?
When I'm at work.
Yeah.
He's afraid they're just going to get in the comments and expose something, right?
No. I'm afraid they'd be like, "Wait, why aren't you this much fun when you do my hair?"
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And Mark, my husband's Brit. I mean, let me put it this way. Okay, my husband's 100%. He's like 32. Freaking. To me, he's my gorgeous husband. He's a great husband. He's really just an amazing person. But if I could trade one thing, I would ask for the Aussie accent. Just don't say I said that out loud. Okay,
right.
Drool. That's
blame his parents.
Yeah. So
I thought you were going to say it was that your brother-in-law got out of your house. No kidding.
Yeah. My brother-in-law is very much of a hottie himself, to be honest with you. Too young for me. I like to limit it in the 30s. But yeah, he's 22. Very good looking. But unfortunately,
he's going up on the merch store. So if anyone's interested.
Yeah, Ryan's like 6'2", 3.
Right. And Jenny needs him.
All good looking boys. Yeah. The bionic buns is a crime shame. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so I guess you guys probably want to talk some about Delphi, I suppose, huh?
I have a quick little thing, unrelated. I mean, it's about Delphi, but I wanted to say congratulations to Max Snowberger, who a lot of people know. That was a friend of. He and his girlfriend Sydney had a beautiful little baby girl today, and I just say congratulations to them. The poor kid's 20 years old and has no idea how much his life's about to change. So, congratulations.
Yeah. I seen that today earlier. So yes, congratulations. Honestly, they're gifts. Children are gifts to be adorned. Yeah. Children are gifts. I mean, I'll take the girl. I will. You can have. He's grown up already, but you can have him. I'll trade you. I'll trade somebody out there who wants to barter. I'll willing deal. I'm willing to go really low. I'm really just to trade my son in. I figure I need a girl now. Yeah, because I'm tired. I mean, Adam. I mean, he kind of meets most of my needs, but he's a little older. I need a little baby again. I love kids. They're so precious.
Well, as the guy at the gas station said the other day when I was buying wine, he said, I was buying beer, but he said, "You don't look that old," when he looked at my ID.
Was it one of those lies again? I get it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One of those lies.
Yeah. One of those lies.
Yeah. He looked at my ID and he goes, "You don't look that old." And I was like,
it's funny though, because sometimes when guys sometimes have a baseball cap on, it really de-ages them, right? It does. It's true. No, it's not just you. It's guys. It's true. It's no different when a cop has a uniform on, and then all of a sudden it's just like, sorry, but it's like, brrr, you know. But sometimes, not you. Sometimes
do I look older when I don't have my hat on?
Yes. Well, it's true. Men look younger when they have a baseball cap on. They just do. You know, typically, not in all cases, but the majority do. So your age would have fooled me, Adam, to be honest with you as well, because how old are you again? 30
41. I'm 41.
Okay. So I would honestly, with your hat on, I would put you probably at the 29 to 31 area. If you take it off, I probably would have put you at 35. Fair enough. However, it doesn't matter what you say to me because I was at 29.
Now we all know that on Sunday I will have no hat on and I will be trying to disprove what Sunny just said.
Not true. We have more women that watch this. Do you guys think it's true? It's true. Oh, I know. Steph is so right on that point. I used to wear baseball caps too, and I totally turned it backwards. I just felt I looked really hotter in it when it was backwards. But when a guy turns it backwards too, it's like flip a switch. And then it just goes from to oh. Yeah. Hey, Adam, could you do that? Test it out on one? Just turn your camera off, then come back. Yeah. See? Now you're rocking that. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. It is a fact, isn't it, Charlie? It's fact. What's Mark saying here? I've been at Toronto.
If you go to my Facebook, there are plenty of pictures of me in a backwards baseball hat.
At Grizz. Okay, I'm a female, and I know this to be true. And most females will agree with me on this, right? Charlie sure did. She's from Canada, so we stick together, don't we? And I just want to see. He says, I've been to Toronto, Montreal, as well as Niagara Falls, but I would like to explore BC and the other provinces. Oh, yeah, if you're going to go anywhere, Montreal. Okay. I'm amazed that you went to Montreal and they didn't kick you out, because usually Montreal, they don't usually like people to come into their space. It's like if you're not speaking French and shit, they're like, get out of here.
What does that mean?
Like, hey, but true enough. Right, BC, beautiful British Columbia, but it also means bring cash. Okay? It's exactly what it means. Bring cash and beautiful, because it's beautiful BC. Yeah.
Right. So first, Jenny, I don't know what double nickels means, but then second, Aussie, we would like to design. I would love to design a dude looking baseball cap. The hat option on the site isn't the best. It's the one like thing that I'm not crazy about, and I would love, because I love hats. So I'm like, I feel like that would be my little forte, but
maybe on yeah.
So
maybe on the
site that'll do it.
I'm gonna get it out. Maybe on the OBS Streamlabs, I'll look into that and see if they do a better job. Now, Adam, there is a personal request form if you want something specifically made. Because I said what your caps or embroidery, like I don't want embroidery. Like, I mean, the embroidery is okay for certain things, but you want a freaking logo, like on that, like a hat like yours right there. Don't give me embroidery, give me a freaking logo, proper logo, Yeah. Oh, see, right? Yeah. That's why we're gonna cut them out one day and then push them off of Canada. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Lewis, did you actually see the pre-trial yesterday? Oh, well, no, not see it.
No, I wasn't able to follow any of that. The last 10 days has been kind of hectic as can be. So
I was gonna say, so basically, shit all happened really. They're going to, the same dates are in place. The next pre-trial is December 22nd. And then January 13th will be the trial. Or sorry, January 18th will be the trial. So yeah, like there was no plea deal. There was no, they were going over evidentiary or whatever you say stuff still. And so It was like literally people said from 4 minutes long to 6 minutes long. I know. But I mean, honestly, I didn't maybe think it was going to be that short, but we knew that we weren't going to get shit all really out of it.
I wasn't too excited because I understood what it was going to be, and
yeah,
it's a formality. That's all that was.
Yeah.
But,
mm-hmm. I remember when I was watching the Barry Morphew one, and they were doing the pretrial, and I remember watching, and I thought, is the prosecution like just like working their way up to showing the good shit that they were going to show in the pretrial? And I just remember going like, okay, they're obviously saving the good stuff for the the course of the week. No, it was a freaking joke. They actually had
a pretrial is a formality.
Yeah, but the thing was, they actually had to pull back out of it. You know, like, so Barry Morphew was in jail for the murder of his wife, which he did kill her, by the way. He did. He just did. And yeah, unfortunately, they still can't find her body. But what is there with these men? What is there with these husbands? You think you guys can hunt? You think you guys can hunt and then just go dispose of a body somewhere? And then you can't find them, and then they act like they're all innocent and shit. But anyway, but they had to pull back out of it, because if they would have continued, they simply would have lost, and there's no way you're gonna let this guy walk, right? They had to pull back from it. So it was kind of crazy. I've never even seen something like that before, but I kept going like, so when are you guys gonna pull out the good stuff? And just never happened.
Hey,
with what you brought up there, I said earlier I didn't want to comment on the video, but then you brought stuff up, and then this. So if I go back into the video, I'll give you a few things I've noticed from the earlier.
Oh, okay. One sec. Adam, did you want to ask me something?
I just wanted it this is for Charismatically Clever, really quick.
Okay.
There you go.
What do you say? There you go. Backwards.
Okay. Okay. So we'll add Steve to the stream. Hi, Steve. And then we'll let Lewis finish his thought. Hi, Steve. Thank you for joining us. Lewis, go ahead and finish your thought.
Just everyone keeps picking back and forth. And they went through a horrible thing as a family. And if you put yourself in their shoes, they're living in a town which is very small. Everyone knows everyone. And a horrible thing happens, and everyone's got to be scared to death. But coming from what we look at when we investigate different things, the normal course of action is the family's always scrutinized first, no matter what, because most of the time something like this happens, it's the family or somebody related to the family. And after all that they've put these people through, nothing has ever come out saying anyone in the family's connected. And even in instances where they're not, the police come to the conclusion that they are, and they pick at the littlest thing. And then you wind up, if you look back over time, you'll see a lot of times where a parent is accused and then they find out later on that they were not responsible. None of that happened in this case. So with the police department, the sheriff's department, the FBI, and the state police all being involved, all looking over everything as thoroughly as they did with the family, and like she says, they scrutinized her top to bottom. They did DNA tests multiple times, had her come back in multiple times. If there was anything that connected them to being likely responsible, or even if something didn't seem correct, it would have come out in the beginning.
Yeah.
So for all these people that keep saying that,
it's many years
put
later.
yourself in their shoes. How would you behave if you were 16 years old and you had the police in every direction interrogating you nonstop, and you just lost your closest sibling?
Right.
So
I can't agree with you more.
Yeah.
100%.
So, and I didn't want to bring that up earlier. That's why I said, I don't want to say what I want to say, but you touched on it earlier and you brought it up here. It needs to be said that if you go back and you look at other cases, parents are always scrutinized. Siblings are always scrutinized. They were looked at probably harder than anyone else, and they probably came back and redid it multiple times trying to find what they missed. So it's a horrible thing to keep scrutinizing somebody that was a teenager that went through probably the most horrific thing they could ever go through.
Oh, absolutely. And it's made her a stronger person because of it, though. You know, sadly, she had to go through that. But in saying that, I mean, it's made her a stronger person. Anyways, welcome, Steve. How are you?
I am doing fine. And how is everyone here tonight?
Good.
You tired?
Hey, Steve, you get a little
I
sun?
am, but I have a couple of things I need to say. Deborah Young, I am so proud that you're still able to appreciate, and I'm glad that you have a new with a child that's come and enjoy every moment of it. And our thoughts and prayers are with you.
There you go. That's one. Whoops. What else? What else was there?
There was a guy in here earlier. I cheated before I came on. I wanted to see what was happening. But one of the biggest things that I regret of the travels is that I had to cancel meeting one of my subscribers 3 different times.
Oh, yeah.
Laura, does that mean Laura Dune?
Is it Mark?
Mark, and man, we had been busy so much. And then I said a schedule. I said, well, we're going to have supper this evening. And then I said, I scheduled that I would meet with him at 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night. After we drove back from Delphi, we was going to get back into Kokomo around 8:30 or 9. And I said, we'll have some coffee. And so what happened at supper? Randy and our hosting family and my wife and I, we were sitting there eating, and a topic came up and it clicked. And I said, uh-oh, we got to go make a trip. And so we didn't leave Delphi until way late. And I had to cancel that meeting. And then, of course, we had other things that came up the next day. But I apologize to Mark. I'm so sorry. And I'll make it up for you. I'll take you out to supper when I get up there next time.
Steve, so that thing that came up, did that come to any fruition once you did some investigating into it?
Absolutely unbelievable.
Good.
Absolutely unbelievable. It answered a lot of questions, changed my opinion on several things, and well worth what just happened to be my wife and them were going to tell me later, but fortunately during the conversation, Randy looked at me and made the comment, and I said, really? And so I looked at the wife and she said, oh yeah, well, he's going to tell you that in a little bit. And I said, really? And so as soon as supper was over, we parted ways, and Randy went one way and we went the other. And it was probably one of the highlights, or the biggest breakthrough. We had already did some controlled testing along those lines, but nothing like what we did that evening.
Right.
But that's secret. I'm taking it right now.
Do what?
That's a secret right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just because
Steve's got a lot.
It has a lot. It has to do a lot with the what was happening, basically with the phones that night.
Oh, okay.
So we know the answer to all that now.
Okay. Are you going to put that on your?
Yeah, I can say I know my opinion of what happened that night with the phones. There's probably a fellow over here just to beside of me probably knows more about them, but when he hears the information, I'll get his opinion. But and I'd appreciate that if he would watch and see if what we found out is correct or not. But it connected all the dots.
I want to hear these dots, but
yeah, it was like I said, it had been something, and it was just absolutely amazing how something just so, like I said, we'd already tested and didn't really know the answer, but after that we did.
Right. And I'm sure you can agree now.
Strange how things happen like that.
Well, now that you've met Randy, I think I don't know Randy, but I mean, from what I've seen, there's not many people with a bigger heart towards this case than Randy Gravitt. regardless of what anyone thinks about him, I think that can you now agree that that man's got a huge heart and he'll do anything for this case, right, Steve?
Yeah, you mess with Randy, you gonna mess with me.
Where's the handcuffs, Steve? By the way, I'm not seeing them. Where are they? Oh God. Okay, you had me worried there. You had me worried there. I was like, if you use those on Mrs. Steve, I'm gonna be disappointed. Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep them right here next time I'm
Well, I was going like normally don't I see them in my view? Did you move them or were they always hanging there? I feel like they moved or something. So I feel Mark, you can just come to Canada and I won't stand you up 3 times. Not at all.
Yeah, man. It was an amazing trip. Like I said, we traveled. We put probably we left Sunday and came back on Thursday. And during that time, we was in the car. We put over 1,800 miles sitting in a car during those few days, and plus, doing the other work on the cold cases, processing the crime scene, doing that interview with the man. Mr. Kline.
Larry. Larry.
Larry.
Yeah.
And just it was a very rewarding week.
Let me ask you something. So, is there, after you, in hindsight, a little bit now, or even while you were there, is there anything that you feel like you didn't accomplish that you wanted to?
Yes. I've got to go back. The leaves hadn't fully fallen, so there were some controls I couldn't do, but there were some things I saw that I will be able to do here, even in Georgia, because until you're there, boots on the ground, and seeing, and we did get access to some properties that we had told we weren't going to be able to get access to, so we were able to get access to, and
we were working hard on that for you.
Do what?
I said, I know I was with someone working hard on that for you.
Thank you.
I have nothing to do with it, but I was trying.
Oh my goodness. You talk about one hyper individual, and Adam, you know who I'm talking about there, they run 100 miles an hour. And, and I appreciate that mentality and focus of trying to get justice for Libby and Abby.
Absolutely.
I've got a question for Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
After being out there and physically seeing the surroundings, what's your thoughts on the person having to at least be local for more than just a short amount of time?
Let me tell you, Google Maps, Maps or any of your apps that you use to locate a place, you don't find. I've never said truer words that you just don't drive to the Moon on High Bridge.
Yeah. Nope.
No, it's not a place that you will find. Just
that terrain is so telling once you've been out there.
Oh, it is. I mean, and that's even more so that once you even get boots on the ground and you're in those areas, and the information about that we obtained about the cemetery and Ron Logan's property, and seeing the terrain between his property and down to where the creek is, it's two different worlds.
And it depends on what year you go.
Do what?
I think, and it depends on the time of year you're there, right?
Oh no, not the natural barriers that I saw. That as far as land navigation.
Okay. If you don't know the direct path to take, you can definitely be cut off from getting to where you want to get to, and be stuck. It's not an easy path to take blindly.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I meant more the foliage that's there and covering some of the areas.
It's interesting you said blindly because I did it blindly.
Yeah.
So, when on your live, are you going to show you swinging from the bridge?
Let me tell you about the bridge. I'd almost, I still get dagger stares. Mrs. Steve, I don't see her get emotional too much, but she was almost getting emotional there when I was out there on the bridge, and it wasn't worth the fight. So I surrendered. And said, "Okay, you're right, honey. I'm not 20 years old anymore, so I'm almost a 60-year-old man." And I said, "There's plenty of steel to catch me if I do fall through," but she didn't appreciate that argument. So, but we went out and I stayed out on the bridge probably, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes talking with like I said, a great person that was assisting us. But I had to promise my wife that I would never cross that bridge, and I said I'll never cross that bridge. So, but I'm sure they're going to do some improvements on it.
Well,
yeah, they need to.
Next time we're out there, we just won't tell her that we walk across it.
That is something I want to do, but like I said, it wasn't worth. You see, my wife doesn't even like to drive across the bridge. She's scared to death of them.
Really? You know, I know some people like that too.
Oh, she is. Even going to Florida, the only reason you can get her across some of the bridges down there is because that's you can't get there going to Daytona crossing one.
Now, Steve, by chance, did you take the wooded path from the north end of the bridge to the cemetery?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We were in that area. I don't. Randy and them showing me different areas, but yes, there's all different.
If Randy was with you, then he would have taken you that way because he's done videos that way too. It's just I was hoping that you had a chance to actually walk that way.
Yeah, Lisa, I'm gonna go with you. Yeah. No, the bridge is intimidating. If you, Lisa there said, yeah, that's why you didn't cross, and it is an intimidating bridge if you're not used to rappelling and things like that and jumping out windows and that's something I would like to do on the bridge too, is rappel off. Randy said there was a guy that did rappel off it when he was there one time. But I told my wife, I said, I've fallen off things higher than this, and she didn't appreciate that either.
Dave said falling off that bridge is probably a little easier than dealing with Mrs. Steve.
Yeah, like I said, that was probably one of the lowest points of the trip, coming back and seeing that she was visibly upset about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't know it was going to have that effect on her. I really did.
And I've heard that it's missing an extra plank or two now.
Yeah, but I mean, you're only looking at a cross tie that's probably 16 inches. So
that's fine.
Would you have done it if Mrs. Steve wasn't upset?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But I understand, because she would rather have you around, and you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure once you were physically there, it probably impacted her in a different way once you're physically seeing the rattiness of the bridge and shit.
Yeah, she, if she had stayed at the vehicle, but I didn't want to leave her at the vehicle, of course. And if she had stayed at the vehicle or something, it wouldn't have been an issue, because I would have been able to do that time trial. And that's something that really I need to do.
Right. Well, Steve, we know the real answer to it. I mean, your wife has already gotten the best. So, I mean, if you were gone, where else could she go from there? If you weren't
Mrs. Adam. Yeah, Mrs. Adam.
I would be a poor comparison. So, I mean, she knew she couldn't lose. She's got the golden ticket right there. So, she knew she couldn't lose you.
Oh yeah, but no, it was a good trip. Other than, like I said, I hated it. That was the only low point of it. But as soon as I agreed to stay with her and Randy over there, everything was fine.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I'm not going to lie. I would be doing the same thing as Mrs. Steve. I wouldn't want my husband to cross it. I'd be probably crying like a little baby, because I don't like heights. And let me put it this way.
I'd blindfold you, honey.
My husband doesn't like being told what to do, but if he saw me distraught, obviously, I wouldn't want him to either, to be honest, Steve. So I can absolutely sympathize. Obviously, if she's not there, out of sight, out of mind, you're not really whatever thinking of it in the same way. But yeah, so I'm going to be on Mrs. Steve's side on this one.
Well, you see, I missed the opportunity. Was it that same day or the day before? I went and did a time trial from the end of the bridge that's closest to the parking, and we walked all the way to town to do that time trial to see, because I've said that you could walk from town all the way to the bridge, and so we wanted to do that. So I did, and which is Delphi is a beautiful community, but it's not a solid trail. You have to do surface streets and sidewalks. It's not what I envisioned. I thought it was when you look at the maps and everything, just like it's continuous, but it's not. There's surface streets, broke up parking lots, and sidewalks and things. But still,
could you make it in 20 minutes?
No,
because isn't that what I've said? 20 minutes from town hall to the bridge.
Yeah, not well. You might could, but I think but now we did some. We walked more of a wooded path. Now the trail ends and the old railroad bed continues, and where it continues at the edge of town, there is a section of wooded, grown up old rail bedding that continues on through the woods for, I don't know, forever, I guess. But we walked that section and broke through the timber and through the brush and everything, and probably for maybe a quarter of a mile. And so
did you fill up your tank at the marathon?
Went there and went and got a couple of candy bars there. Checked the ATM.
Did they sell cell phones there at the time?
I didn't check for the cell phones. I didn't see it, but I did check the ATM, see if it was one of the Bitcoins.
And so now the real question: how wild did Deb get at dinner?
Let me tell you.
I'm playing.
Please do tell us. We want to know.
I don't know how humbling it is to a person that you're sitting there, you're looking around the table, and I always have the ability to find the smartest person in the room. And I was challenged before the fact that there's 5 smartest people in the room above me. And I mean, you're sitting there with engineers, professionals, and you're just sitting there staring at them and looking at the collective intelligence, wishing that you had a case of beer, some liquor, and more wine so that you could work with them for about 2 or 3 days and just pick their brain of what their views and opinions are of what happened that night.
Yeah, those 2 bottles ran out pretty quick.
Yeah.
So if you had to rank it, it would be like lowest, Deb. I'm kidding. I don't know Purdue and her husband, but I would assume you were at the top.
No,
or Mrs. Steve was at the top. Then you.
No. Like I said, it's absolutely humbling to see that type of intelligence gathered in one room and watch them talk and be in their presence. It was very humbling.
Yeah, I could tell there was a lot of love in that room.
Adam's hogging you. Sonny needs a question too. And Lewis can just stay there for a second and look cute on your avatar. What question? What was the most important question that you asked Deb's husband? What did you want to ask him the most?
Oh man, I had 1,000 questions for him, but let me tell you, he's a blast. He has a dark humor that is well appreciated, which is well appreciated in the law enforcement field, and which was appreciated by many people around that room that night. Because you have one that's one professional there that's in the medical field, and then of course you have him, and then law enforcement. We appreciate all dark humor. and but extremely intelligent fellow, and has an extremely hard job having to work with the people he has to work with, knowing that he has limited capabilities and abilities to ever solve some of these people's problems.
So what question did you ask him that still?
I asked him some of the personality traits that about a certain individual that we were looking at.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys got to meet each other. I mean, me and Adam didn't care at all. I mean, just tell me, does Deb keep her broom in the closet, or does she leave it near the door?
I think he drove.
We're talking about Deb's broom.
Y'all are so mean. Y'all are so mean.
She gives it back more than she gets it.
Deb, every time we say something like that, Deb, she literally messages saying, "Say more, add some more."
She is absolutely a gorgeous and lovely lady, and I appreciate it all the time. And she just out of nowhere, she says, "Well, the important question of the night." She looked at me and said, "Who's BG?"
Did you tell her, Kegan? I hope you said that, because it doesn't matter. You can't go wrong, because if you got mine or the other one, doesn't matter. Right. Yeah.
No, but that did bring up a lot of interesting conversation. It really did.
Yeah.
Y'all look gorgeous. Your wife and Deb and
oh yeah, y'all look gorgeous there, Steve. You look gorgeous.
Yeah.
The
women looked gorgeous, and y'all look like half sober.
I'm sitting there in a sweatshirt, and so but like I said, it was a good time, that to wind down in the evenings, but we started at daylight and we didn't end until
when you were drinking, how long did it take Adam, how long did it take for you to get that sweatshirt off? The pictures that we have.
Actually, I'm not a big wine drinker, and so they wanted me to try the wine, and so I probably had.
Right. If you're going to do it right. I'm sorry to the wine drinkers, but if you're going to do it right.
I was messaging Deb a few times, and I was like, and she was like, "We're still at dinner," and I was like, "You're still at dinner?" And I was like, "Is Steve drunk?" No, I'm kidding. I said, now just remind Steve, as a law enforcement officer, he probably shouldn't be getting in the car later and driving if he's been having some wine. And she, of course, goes, "He's staying there." And I was like, "And now you and your husband, are you? Or who's driving y'all home?"
And that was something that was absolutely that we made probably we met two of the if Indiana had more people like the hosting family that we met that kept us there, that this would just be, fantastic world. And they were so nice and so gracious to us, and opened their home, and drove us everywhere, because you can get lost in Indiana. There's one thing Indiana will do they'll close a road down on you in a heartbeat. So many roads were under construction. I'd never seen anything like it. And
really?
Yeah, and they have a grid network out there that that they close a road, you'll have to go. I don't know. It's the most confusing road system, and I wish they'd buy road signs.
You do know that construction is a season here, right?
It is. I've never seen that like it. You're driving down the main 4-lane highway, and if we didn't have whichever app that we were using to drive us that says go up here 500 feet and turn left, I'd still be in Indiana.
Right. Hey, Steve, I have a question. Laura June has asked, will you please ask Steve, what did Mrs. Steve think about the memorial park?
It's very touching. is absolute. We went to the Memorial Park when and it's a beautiful place, and we they're still doing work and things on it, but the while we were doing our searches trying to find the Moon Bridge, we found the Memorial Park before we found the actual bridge itself.
Right. And did you go to Riley Park?
Oh,
yes, we went to Riley Park. We found Riley Park once again. When you type in Moon Bridge, it takes you to every park before it ever gets you to Moon Bridge.
Right.
Did you notice, Steve, that every time you put in the bridge, it takes you to the private drive?
The private drive.
Yeah, whenever you put it into Google, it takes you right to the private drive.
If you try Googling Monon High Bridge, and this has been from 17 because I originally did this back when it first happened, no matter where you are and you put in the bridge, it takes you to the private drive, which is off of, I think that's 600, but the road that brings you under the bridge.
Our app didn't. No. When we did it, that never came up. Mrs. Steve was putting it in, and we went to all the parks first, and then went to. We actually, the only way we finally found it was by typing in Delphi Cemetery.
Yeah.
To get to where we could, that was the only way, just once.
Okay. CJ says, Steve, if you saw where the girls were, what are your thoughts as to why they weren't found in the evening when they searched?
No one was on. If anyone was on that side of the creek, it's almost, unless you're going to that, there are so many natural barriers that would separate you from their location. Now,
yeah.
I mean, it's just the terrain is so harsh and so difficult that you have to have a certain reasonable amount of physical ability to go down those almost. I mean, they're steep and they're long and they're high. The inclines, and as you go down, and it's very treacherous. And I could see why they would stop the search if anyone was on that side that night. That there would be a element of danger. That once it was at a certain darkness, that searchers would be injured on that side of the creek. The other side of the creek, not so much, but the side that they were on the side that they were murdered on is extremely dangerous and treacherous.
Yeah. Absolutely. Steve, can you do me a favor now that I think about it? Can you remind people what it is, like for the people that keep subscribing to the channel, the newer ones? Can you just tell them a little bit about yourself again, if you don't mind?
Oh, myself. I'm a retired law enforcement officer. I spent 20 years in that career. Started off working in the jail, did the road, became an investigator, had all different types of training, became a state certified crime scene tech, and worked all kind of cases from simple theft cases up to homicide. And then when I retired, found out about the true crime world and decided to try to become an ambassador for law enforcement.
Exactly. Are you loving it? Like, in all fairness, are you really finding it very rewarding? Yeah.
It is. We're so tired this week that it's just like I said, I'm still tired, but
I know.
You get my age, I'm not the young buck I used to be.
That's not what your wife says, but okay. No. So was there anything that disappointed you while you were there that you didn't expect, or anything? Like, does anything throw you off, or that, or something that you weren't expecting? It doesn't matter.
No, there was so much. Like I said, my perspective of involvements in individuals has greatly changed since I've been boots on the ground there.
That's what I've heard from multiple people that have done that.
Yeah.
That's why I want to go so badly.
Right. I know. I you know what, Steve, let me ask you. So you went to the crime scene and you did the, what you call that test?
Yeah, we did some control tests.
Control tests. And are you allowed to say if you got anything back or not yet?
Oh yes. That's part of the amazing things of discoveries we made that will answer a lot of questions and about certain movements that happened that night and certain things that would be an impossibility to happen under darkness.
Right.
And it's like I said, I'm glad I did it, because I did a nighttime land navigation in absolute total darkness, which is an experience of yours that I would not recommend anyone do. Because unless you properly have that knowledge and skill set, that you'll get hurt out there.
Steve, may I ask, were you I don't want to give anything away because I know you've got your own show tomorrow night that you're probably going to talk about some of this stuff on, but were you unequivocally able to determine, the precise location of the crime scene and understand kind of the navigation of that area? Or was there some doubt in?
I wouldn't be able to do that until all the leaves and some of the landmarks are. And you see, we still have too many leaves and things going on now, that will be a thing that will have to occur when it's in almost the same condition.
Same condition. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Steffa says, Steve, don't you think the searchers should have seen the girls the first night from looking the bridge side of the creek?
That's some of the more the low light testing that I don't know at what time boots were on the ground across the creek over on the Weber side. We don't know exactly what time the search team got on that side and I don't know. Y'all may know exactly at what stage of darkness or evening or how bright it was.
Well, because they called them at 5:30 that night on the 13th. That's when they called, like the LE. So they were there.
If it's 5:30, if it's 5:30 here in the wintertime, it's dark.
Well, right. That's when they called. So they were searching, obviously.
And that's what I'm saying is I don't know at what stage prior to 5:30 did anyone go across that bridge, or was anyone on Weber's Drive walking Weber's driveway? I don't know.
Right.
Because Weber's driveway would have been the most revealing and the best advantage point to see the girls from.
Jenny says she has a tough question for you.
Sure.
Type it up, Jenny. Wait, Laura, you don't. Oh, Adam, it's always about you. Stop it. So how long did you actually spend in Delphi? Did you say, Steve?
Goodness, in between. We were there. We went by Monday. We was in Delphi at least some hours every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and every day we spent some time in Delphi. Once we got to Kokomo, we spent time in Delphi every day.
Okay, and so now you believe that now that you've been to the crime scene and been around there, you believe that this person's more local or lives in and around Delphi? I thought I heard you say that.
No, not necessarily, but you would.
Or you said you could see why. because
I can see why if you're not from that area or hadn't, or someone that you could find it regardless, but you have to be dedicated.
Right.
I mean, we found it. That's how come, we were offered that we could meet up with people that would take us straight there.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the part of one of the tests that we wanted to do, one of the controls. We wanted to go that, okay, I'm setting up something to try to see how hard it is to find that bridge. And that was answered.
Yeah.
Deep, if you were, what was I just going to ask you? Left my brain. I'm so sorry. How was the restaurant? Because that was somewhere I was planning on eating if I go there.
We went to Pizza King was one place that we went. That's when we first got there the first day, we went to Pizza King in Delphi. And then the
dinner after.
Yes, at the what was it, the brick and mortar?
Yeah,
or something like that. It was wonderful, and I'm glad we were able to go there, and I'm glad Randy mentioned what he said there.
Good. Yeah. And now, if the person that I know that you had talked about possibly meeting up with while you were there, that I don't know if they were in town or not, but you didn't get, but you emailed. Were you in town at the same time, or were you just in missed paths, or did it just not work out that way?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
The other person that you said that you had an email communication with, were you going to meet up with that person when you were in town, and you just both weren't there at the same time, or not?
Yes. Now I had a bunch of emails from a bunch of people that we were unable to meet up with everybody.
The person that shared a profession with you.
To do what?
The person that shared a profession with you.
Yes. No, we weren't able. Now I've talked. We've shared emails since then.
Okay. Jenny's question was, I have a dog. That's not even a hard question, Jenny. I have a dog that senses danger and evil. Do tell Jenny. Does it sniff out Adam? Yeah. He's part Great Dane and part American Standard Bulldog. Could I have taken him with me on the 13th of February to help search? So basically she's asking, obviously, if a dog that's part Great Dane, part American Standard Bulldog, would that type of dog have been useful?
And that's the thing about certain animals, there are going to be certain dogs and that they may have sensed something. They may have winded something. Because that's what dogs do. And it might have. I don't know that, typically with law enforcement, they're trained search dogs. But no one was expecting, in search and rescue, you're looking more for a tracking type dog. And a lot of the canines out there, they'll have multiple skill sets, and they're trained for drugs, tracking, and they're not just set for one discipline. They have training for bites and takedowns and all that, and so they're a multi-purpose dog. But just how many people and how many murder scenes have been discovered due to a dog running off in the woods and coming back with items. That happens quite often.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Support with Steffa said, Steve, after going through the terrain, do you think more than one person was involved in the murders?
I still believe that there was a great possibility that for them to do what they did and where the girls went, that I could see where the natural flight would take them to where they were found. If they were obstructed from going one direction, then that would be the natural path.
So I'm sorry. So one person or a couple?
Well, no, one person can, of course. I've arrested multiple people in my career, but if there was such a situation that if they did break away and make a run for it, and they didn't want to go, say someone was on that driveway, waiting with a vehicle for abduction, and that they're in one direction, then there's only one other direction to go, and that's further back into the creek area, and I can see where that, because it is a very direct route, but it's the worst route you could go. It would be like a horror movie that if you ran that direction, there's no way. There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they crossed the creek, they were not going to make it to the cemetery. That is not something that they were not going to make it to the cemetery.
Right. Do you think, just by being there, do you think yourself that it was like, okay, down the hill, cross the water? Like, do you think or do you think it's a lot more complicated than that? In a sense?
Yeah, the down the hill was absolutely choreographed and was part of whatever plan that he had that day. The location where they were found, oddly enough, is extremely isolated, and extremely that once you're there, there's only a very select angle that anyone could ever see you or hear you in that area.
Okay. Laura, I want to say thank you very much for the offer. I really don't like flying too much. If I'm going to fly out there, I'd definitely do it with my husband at some point, and it would probably be to CrimeCon, if anything right now. So should something happen where the case actually gets solved, in a sense, definitely, I would say that Adam would be the perfect person to go right now. So I say that with the most love in my heart to you. I'm not a fan of flying too much. I really am not. So if I'm going to do it, I limit myself to it. He loves flying, my husband, but Adam would be a great person to go to.
Well, so you don't have a choice. You're coming next year.
Well, see, Laura, she just wants to take me shopping is what she truly wanted out of this ordeal. And I was willing.
Steve's buying us a table at CrimeCon.
Is that what's happening? Oh. So just sending my love there. I mean, I wish that I wish it was down the Pacific coast, honestly. Airplane. I can do them. I can do them when I'm excited about something, for sure.
Well, Sonny, you could always take the Anthony Greeno route and just take 3 buses, a train.
On a question that Adam had asked me earlier about the person that on the email, which is Cop Facts, but it was his question that was one of the driving factors that originally drove me to do and create a test to validate and understand what he was confused about, which was something that I found interesting. And so, and that's what came up over conversation that night at the restaurant, that happened. And when they said yes, I said, okay, we're going to go fix that. And which led to what the next total darkness control test. It's 30-something degrees, absolutely pitch black, overcast, no light, and but a very interesting adventure.
Well, I didn't mean for you to put all that out there, but thank you.
No, I'm putting it out there for the fact that Cop Facts has great intuition, knowledge, understanding, and deserves the kudos for seeing that there was something wrong.
Oh, what did I miss? Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was just gonna say when Steve just said that. Sorry, I was like in La La Land. You said Cop Facts, seeing that something was wrong. What were you talking about?
Something didn't make sense to him. He wanted me to verify or check it.
Oh.
He said he wanted my opinion on it. And I
Gotcha.
said, so I had to sit down and figure out how I could do that. And it, because it was something that was, with modern technology, you think would be easy, but it evolved into something that was far greater and far better and answered a lot of questions. And but that's the way law enforcement works. That people get there, that when you're confused about something, you ask, and through the collective, someone will come up with something, and you test it out. And if it works, it works, and it answers the question. Was this it?
Go ahead. Now, Louis, did you ask your question?
Yeah, Steve, did you have a chance to go up on the south side of the bridge and actually go to the landing on that end?
No, that's something that I will do next time I go, which Adam's welcome to tag along, because I don't know if Mrs. Steve's going to go again next time or not. But
you promise you're not going over the bridge.
Yes, Mrs. Steve, I won't go across. But
Mrs. Steve, I won't let him get hurt.
Huh?
I said, Mrs. Steve, I won't let him get hurt. I'll take the fall for him.
She's asleep, right?
The reason I was asking you, Steve, is because my gut feeling after being there and being on both sides and seeing things is, I don't think somebody that approached from the trails and crossed the bridge and was never there before would say go down the hill without knowing what was down there and having an idea what they were getting into.
Well, unless there's and that's the thing is that anytime you have a crime such as an abduction, people just don't abduct people without having a place to take them.
Correct.
And what is plan A? We don't know what plan A was. We don't know if there's a vehicle down there or a vehicle at the end of the drive or anything. We don't know any of that. We don't know how many co-offenders there are, what vehicles, or was there another plan? And at what point did Libby and Abby disrupt that plan and make them go to plan B, C, D? We just don't know.
Sunset says, 77 Sunset says, do you think any of the buildings near the crime scene were utilized the day of the murder?
And that's something law enforcement would evaluate, that if it is a certain person within a geographical area, that is it someone that's really within the neighborhood that would do that. Someone that doesn't live within the neighborhood wouldn't have that. If they're going to take them and place them in a vehicle down the hill on the driveway, in a secluded area, then they don't have to be that geographically locked. But if it's someone that's within a certain distance, that has certain knowledge, that I'm going to take them to some campsite, some cabin, some area. Two different types of game plans there.
I do have a question really quickly. So, Steve, did you go to the CPS location? And from what I've heard from other people is that it's very kind of just unimpressive when you see it in person, because it's kind of a cleared spot now. But did you walk across the Freedom Bridge and do all of that?
Yes.
And also, did you see the shack, or like the little building that's if you come off of where Kelsey parked and the girls came in?
It's gone now. The one off of Kelsey where you come in, we went in on that. That's where, when I walked to town, we were dropped off there, and we went from there to the bridge. And I went out on the bridge that morning, and I regretted, because my wife, she was with our host, and they went on into town, and I went out on the bridge to take some pictures, and I wish I had crossed it then. And then I wouldn't have this issue.
Okay. But you did walk across the Freedom Bridge, and then you did walk from the area they parked.
Well, I've crossed the Freedom Bridge there. We probably crossed it 3 or 4 times.
Right.
So are you having a bit of regret on this one?
Do what?
Mrs. Steve, don't listen, Mrs. Steve. You really wanted to cross that bridge, didn't you?
But no, now Mrs. Steve, getting her across the Freedom Bridge, she crossed it. she went across it twice, I think, and she like broke my hand. She didn't like going across.
Yeah. So can I ask you, what's her fear? Sorry, Roll Tide. We'll get to you in just one sec. What's her fear from bridges? What experience did she have that made her fear bridges? Do you know?
I don't know. I've never asked it. I didn't know that. I didn't even know that she was scared of bridges until about 3 or 4 years ago, when I had a offer. I had a friend that said, "Y'all come down to the Keys," and I said, "Well, okay." And so I told her, I said, "We got some friends that want to meet us at the Keys. We'll drive down there." And she says, "I ain't crossing them bridges." And I said, "What's wrong with a bridge?" She says, "I don't even like, going to Daytona and crossing bridges." And I said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, so I'm just curious where her fear came from of bridges. Like mine, the reason why I don't like planes is because back when I was younger, there was a lot of plane crashes going on, and I was only like 18 years, no, maybe about 18 years old. And I remember I was going back to BC. My mom was buying the plane ticket like she did every second year. And I would go home for Christmas back to BC here. And there was just a bunch of plane crashes prior to me having to fly there. And I just panicked. I was literally so scared that I said that's when I said to the stewardess or whatever, I'm like, "Are we going to be okay?" And then she's like, "Of course. Do you want me to go ask the captain if you can come sit up there?" And I'm just like a little 2-year-old going, "Yes." No, I was in my 20s. I must have been in my 20s, early 20s. And I just had a fear of planes. So I only take them when I have to. Other than that, I will Google Egypt and I will Google, because I don't care. Like, I'm not this person that cares to travel regardless anyway. Like, if I'm going to travel, it's going to be for a good reason, like Disneyland and stuff like that, or in the BG, or, the case gets solved. Like, do you know what I mean? Because I don't like to go to my way to travel. Like, going to England, going to Newfoundland, those were like freaking, it was like, oh my God, okay. I can do this. So I have to build myself up typically to even get on a plane. But something must have happened, obviously, with your wife that instilled fear about bridges. Yeah.
I don't know.
Fears aren't always rational.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they're something, though. I wonder. We'll have to ask her, though. Like, Steve, or maybe you can talk with her and ask her if there's actually something that did happen where, because my mom hated going underneath tunnels. Like here, you can go underneath tunnels and it's surrounded by water. But in order to get from point A to point B, you have to go down underneath the tunnel. So my mom would have to panic for those.
Sunny's going to do a one-on-one with Mrs. Steve about her fear.
I think so. Yeah. I know.
Oh, I'm not. I don't even want to. I mean, it's easy for Sunny to tell me from Canada, "Go ask your wife what."
No, Sunny will contact her next thing you know, they'll be doing a surprise live about your bridge.
Yeah. I have like Dear Abby, Dear Sunny channel. Dear Sunny. But anyways, let's get to Roll Tide. Roll Tide said, "Can you elaborate where the girls went so they ran and ended up in the isolated spot?"
Yes, it's like I said, you wouldn't think that when you look at it from the helicopter footage, it doesn't give it justice to what the area. You can't tell how hilly it is. You can't see those high walls. I mean, if you fell down one of those walls, you think it might be a gentle sloping hill. They're not. They're extremely steep. You could twist, break an ankle in a heartbeat on them things. It's extremely rugged. And they went right into a area that was a catch basin that for whatever reason. And like I said, it gave me a new appreciation of the separation from the cemetery to where they were at, that and understanding that if anyone dropped anybody off anywhere and thought they were going to come back that way, that's not part of any type of plan that had ever been tested before.
Right. Yeah. Laura says, did you pull off? So did you basically stop where the Mears farm was? Exactly.
Well, you can't pull off there anymore. They have a gate there. It's right up to the road. So there's no parking, no pull off, but you can walk around the gate and enter the trail system there. And that's what we did. We just, they dropped us off and walked to the bridge from there for the first time for one of the test trials, because I wanted to time myself from there, just like the Olivia and Abby, and walk to the bridge, go out on the bridge, take a picture, and then, which I did, and then come back and walk to town.
Okay. Daisy says the private drive has a gate, surveillance and private property signs when I was there. Steve, do you know if the private drive was open, all access before the murders? Wasn't it? Didn't Julie say it was? I thought she said it was.
I don't know if it was or not. And we had permission to go on that side. We just didn't. But our guide for that day had access to both areas, and so said that, let's go. And so we went.
So you did go.
We just didn't go through the gate. We didn't go on the private drive side. I wish I had, but I was able to see vehicles go up the private drive while I was at certain critical areas and see what the vantage point would have been.
Hey, Steve, was anyone watching you from their car?
Yes.
Just to make sure you stayed in line, right?
I don't know, but I did see a vehicle stop.
Roll Tide says his wife watches your channel all the time, and also said, where was it? Steve, I discovered your chat videos after watching Cop Facts. Glad you connected. That's very nice, Roll Tide.
Thank you.
Let's see here. So isn't that why they made covered bridges? Because horses wouldn't cross them without the cover? My wife won't cross without a harness. Is the bridge? Well, I kind of sometimes put my harness on. Yeah, but I don't need a cover. Definitely not. Someone would die from the fall. Is the bridge high enough?
I think it's 60-something feet.
70.
Yeah. I mean, it depends how you land.
I was going to say, you know what? If Steve did a few little flips on the way down, I think he would have made it. He would have just bounced, right? Bumbles bounce, right, Steve?
Well, that's the thing, is that when you're going across and you see the missing ties, there's plenty of metal work underneath. It's just crossed. I mean, there's angle iron everywhere. So you could actually crawl down in there and probably go across the bridge through that ironwork. And I would imagine, it's so much ironwork under the cross ties. But like I said, because I think you can see that there were some creators that used to go in there and drop through some of those cross ties.
Whatchamacallit did, like Reno did.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, he was like, poop, popped up his head. I mean, he needed a stool to get back up, but he popped down. Yeah. But yeah, I remember watching him. He just goes underneath and all of a sudden he pops back up. And I'm like, okay, you just showing off now. I wouldn't have been doing that. But some people are fearless, right? Did Steve get to meet Tobe? Did you get to meet Tobe?
No, I didn't get to meet any law enforcement.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
Right. They were watching you. No.
I don't. No, there's no need to watch me.
Yeah. So are you going to be showing video of your trip tomorrow night on your live?
And that was another disappointing thing. My drone, we were unable, the wind every day was just so blustery that, I didn't feel like throwing away $1,000.
Yeah. So it's very windy out there, eh? Is Delphi a windy town anyway?
I don't know. They said no, not normally, but of course the days that I'm there, it snowed on us, which really got my wife. She doesn't like cold, and once again, Mrs. Steve, she hates cold weather. And when we was processing that one crime scene and trying to see if we could find, any we were looking for some luminol or a reaction to certain areas that possibly have been connected to another murder or cold case, and it was spitting snow, and so which we were laughing at that. She said, "I can't believe you brought me up here in October where it's snowing."
Oh, Mrs. Steve, you just should have came to Canada. It's been sunny here. All right. Yeah. Sunny and warm. Sunny and warm. The private drive is owned by Anke Wibbers. But no, the water's not deep enough. Right, Steve? The water isn't deep enough.
No, but no. Like I said, you're going to suffer if you fall off the sides of the bridge. Yeah, it's not good. But you still, I mean, that's 60 feet.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a coin toss of how bad you'll be injured.
Oh, I was gonna say, was the bridge? So give me a picture view moment here.
It's a beautiful bridge when you approach it.
Sonny, I mean, a picture.
Absolutely breathtaking. It's a very the trails now are well maintained. They're paved. It's a beautiful walk. It's isolated, but we saw a total of every day that we were there. We saw maybe 6 people total.
Okay. So how far did you legitly get on the bridge? Like
I don't know. Maybe I don't know, 100, 150 feet maybe out there.
How many platforms did you pass?
Yeah.
First morning, I passed the first platform, went out to the second one, or almost to the second one, took my pictures dead over the center of the creek, and then my walking partner was standing over there. So he came out I believe he came out 3 or 4 ties, and he has a knee issue, so he couldn't come out any further. And then I went back, and because I knew he couldn't walk all the way across the bridge, and I didn't want to leave him. You know, it's no fun for you. I mean, it was brutal that morning. It was in the wind chill that morning was probably in the 20s.
You got there just for the temperature drop, didn't you?
Yo, man, it's brutal. But we walked.
It dropped from 60s to 40s within a day or two.
Yeah, that morning when we woke up, and like I said, we left at daylight, and we went over there, and they dropped us off. I think it was like 37 degrees then, and the wind was howling, and we were bundled up, and went out there on the bridge, and then we walked all the way to town.
Mm-hmm. So you have no actual video footage on the bridge?
No, I never turned on the video cameras at all.
Steve, I guess I should be your wife right now. Does Mrs. Steve want to come spend the night with a 32-year-old husband? I'm willing. No, I'm willing. I'm willing to do this for Mrs. Steve, of course. This isn't for you, it's Mrs. Steve.
No, all the video footage I was going videotape
the drone.
Was with the drone, and like I said, we couldn't get it up.
So if you had a chance to go back, when are you going back, do you think?
Either I'll try to go, it's going to be when all the leaves are off, either this, or it's going to be some warming period. And if I can get out there in February and there's no forecast of some impending storm, I'd like to get there almost on the exact time frame.
Yeah.
But it'd be on the same moon. I'd go back with the same moon phase also. You'd
go back to what'd you say, moon phase?
Yeah, whatever's. I think that when I checked the moon phase for when Libby and Abby were murdered, I think it was basically a full moon.
Oh, okay. Oh, full moon. Was there a full moon that night on the 13th?
I believe if it wasn't, it's right there at it.
Mm.
Yeah, that'll make a big difference in light.
Sorry, 1 second though. Did you buy me a souvenir while you were there?
Who, you?
They did.
Did I? Oh,
Yeah,
of course.
kind of like keychains. Of course he did. Right. And so, if Laura,
he got you a tie-dye T-shirt from Kegan Dunker's store.
Did what?
Steve went and got you a tie-dye T-shirt from Kegan Dunker's store.
Yeah.
You don't know how close you are.
Oh, 1 second. Well, so you're doing a live tomorrow, right, Steve?
Yes.
Okay. You have a lot more information, obviously, probably to say than what you've said here tonight, because we don't want to.
Probably not.
No. Oh, well, you know what? I'm just so proud of you guys. I'm glad you were able to do that. You know that we love you. And, you know, I mean, it sucks that obviously Deb gets to have lunch with everybody. You know, I mean, I really would do wish for the last couple of years would live in Indiana, because, you know, I'd be like, YOLO, let's get over here. Come on, people. You know, because I'm just that way. I'd be like rapping on doors. Absolutely. Yeah, you know what? The first thing I would do, I'd probably go hug Doug Carter. Love that guy. Probably the first thing No, it's not true. I'm not sure if I asked you this. I think I started to, but I'm not sure if I finished it. When you were at the bridge, when you were at the crime scene, did you feel any shivers? Or not? When I say shivers, I'm talking about that surreal moment when you're like, you know, when you're just like, 2 girls were murdered here, like, you know, or do you know what I mean?
No, even when that's what my wife told me later when after the blackout, absolute dark land navigation trip that I went down there and came back. She said that was her biggest fear, that I would run up on someone down there, and like what are the odds of running up on someone in absolute blackout conditions in that area?
Wow.
Can we? Oh no.
Probably about as likely as 2 kids getting murdered in broad daylight on a Monday afternoon.
Yes, but there's far more on those than I've run up on individuals in those conditions before, so I'm a little bit more prepared to take care of what.
Yeah, and you're coming from a different mindset. You know, I mean, I understand that as law enforcement, because I know for myself, and I know for Sonny, I'm sure. I just think the idea of being there it's a little overwhelming, just because I'm afraid of how I might, you know, like how it might affect me. You know, not because it's about me, but just because of knowing what happened there and knowing, you know, how much those, you know.
Yeah, in law enforcement, we look at them different. That the crime scenes. I mean, I've seen, you know, there's a lot of horror out there, and you know, it's not something that's that uncommon to seeing innocent people absolutely be lives destroyed by these predators.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it would have a pretty profound effect on me just to be there.
Me and Adam would be bawling like little bitches, to be honest, if we were at the crime scene. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Give me the box. I you know, absolutely. You know, because it's so, that would be too overwhelming. Like, you know, it's like I already take on enough emotions. But it would be too
Yeah, and when you talk about the crime scene, I mean, you're really discussing a general area because we don't know the exact.
Well,
I mean, we know, yes,
right.
but
From
we
Doug
don't
Carter's
know.
lips, the crime scene starts at the bridge and goes all the way to where the bodies were found.
Yes, and so there's a lot of crime scene, and
yeah,
even in that crime scene, there could be multiple crime scenes. And,
Yeah.
You know what I mean by the fact of like, obviously there's a distinct set of trees to know that that's where the area is.
yes,
So
and at some point I'll go back and be looking at those, but we don't have the right viewpoint, and even the overwatch or from this across that right now you can't really tell because there's a lot of leaves on them trees right now, and but you can still see across and get a good understanding of what would be visible and or even more visible when the leaves would be off.
Yeah, exactly. Arote says, were you able to identify the crime scene? I think we just talked about that. Have they officially listed it?
Well,
what does that mean?
We know the GPS coordinates that were in the Ron Logan search warrant. But yeah, that's what I was referring to about the foliage. You know,
and even that coordinates may, and those coordinates are just a pinpoint of that all measurements originate from this area. See, that coordinate can be 50 feet from where the people are or where the victims
are. Oh, there she is. I wanted Mama Metal. Hey, Metal Mama Michelle. Hey, Metal Mama. I wanted her to get the opportunity. She was on last night, and I know you don't know her, Steve.
I do.
Oh, Metal Mama. And you don't know her, Steve.
Okay.
Metal Mama. Michelle.
Can you hear me?
You have something playing in the background, which is echoing. You have two tabs open, obviously.
Just turn YouTube off.
Ow. I got it. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
I had your live running.
Yeah, I know.
Have a little bit of a complex coming on tonight. I had a couple emails, and I was told that I looked and sounded like Fran Drescher. So I was like, okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I put that out there.
Yeah.
It was you then. So I'm sorry I'm late. I had a busy day. So what did I miss?
Well, everything.
We solved Delphi.
Yeah, we solved Delphi. Well, Steve did, and we're taking the kudos for it. Yeah.
I took my clothes off.
Yep. Which reminds me.
No.
Hold on. Yes.
Well, welcome back, Steve.
There you guys go. Stop screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Michelle, is there anything that you did want to ask Steve? Because I know that you've been following the case, and but I wanted to give you the opportunity before he gets off tonight. Did that sound wrong, Steve? Get out those handcuffs.
Well, if Steve's gonna get up there and jump out of a cake with Adam, we could do that too. I mean, But I think I'm not sure what I missed.
Breakfast and a cake.
Well, we've been talking. So Steve just came back from his trip. So Steve was over in Indiana.
I remember that.
So he's been. He was doing some testing, and he's been to the crime scene area and to the bridge, and I just was wondering, so just think of it for the fact that he's been doing a lot of stuff around the crime scene area just to see the layout of the land. Wifey didn't let him cross the bridge, but he wanted to. But it's okay. One day, Steve. One day. Okay. But anyway, so I just wasn't sure if there was a question, perhaps.
I do have something. I do. Steve, curious, when you got to the bridge, I know you didn't cross it. It appears in when I watched the videos, when they were playing it, it looked like the suspect was on a mission, like he was walking with his hands in his pocket, but he didn't look like he was hesitant. Like he looked like he was coming at a decent speed. So, how do I word this correctly? From your opinion, from what you've seen of the bridge and the condition that it's in, how comfortable do you think that the suspect was? Like, do you think that he was very familiar with that, considering what you saw in the video versus what you saw in person? Do you think he's familiar?
I've always been so contemptuous of the video for the fact that, we're only looking at 1.5 steps. We're looking at 1.8 seconds. He takes that, and it makes it look like he's a continuous walk when that's not the case. And so we're just seeing what he did during that one step. And I want to see so much more of that video. But no, looking at the and appreciating the bridge once you get there. Even now, I think you could walk that bridge. Half the population wouldn't have any problem walking that bridge with, maybe just a little bit of unease, and especially 5 years ago, because bridge would be a little bit better shape. Because I did notice that some of the cross ties, when you stepped on them, they were spongy, where the surface was spongy and would roll off as you walked, and as you would take a long stride to get across a gap, and a couple of them would pop. But I'm a big fella, and so they would pop, and but some of the surface of those cross ties was still peeling away. I don't know if that was the case 5 years ago, but I know it is now, and I can see we're certain, that it's probably far more dangerous to go across it now than it was 5 years ago.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice. So go ahead, Adam.
Steve. So just unrelated, but how tiny is Deb? Because in comparison to everyone else, she looks so little.
Oh,
how tall is Deb? First of all, Deb, how tall are you?
Who?
She's not that.
I think she's probably around 5'4", 5'5", maybe.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think she said she was like 5'4" or something.
She's gorgeous. But,
that was 5'4" wide though. That was wide.
No, she is gorgeous. But she looks a little next to Steve, and and next to Mel, the picture I saw of her from a week or two ago.
Yeah. So there is more Roll Tide. I think it was on the video that I played earlier tonight. Steve, what do you know yourself? Like the audio video, because I've heard so many different things, whether it was from HLN, whether, I've heard many different things about the audio video. The video that we saw, do you believe there's more? 5'3", Lisa.
Yes, I do. I believe that there are certain things that they may have edited on that video.
Yeah.
To protect certain things that only BG would know.
Well, I was going to say, that was kind of in that video clip that we watched, near the start, in a sense, where there definitely is more, but obviously in case it goes to trial, they need to have, that close to the vest, like most things,
Dave said after you visited, does Steve think that law enforcement is close?
Good question.
It is a great question. I wish I had asked that.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. It did open up. I've always had different persons of interest for different avenues of investigation. That if it's this avenue, the catfishing, of course, we know who those are. If it's a drug angle, I know what that person would be. But since visiting the spot, it has opened up a whole new part of the investigation that I previously didn't have.
Yeah. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how successful do you think you were for that particular trip?
It on some of I knocked it out of the park on a couple of things, and then absolutely failed on some other things that just didn't have time.
Right.
Like I said, we were there. I had 2 active families and I had a third that we just couldn't get to, but I had 2 active families I had to assist, and you know, and they were primary, and so I had to take
the Germans and the Patties.
Do what?
The Germans and the Patty? I'm kidding.
But no, you know, and if it ever does, I'll do whatever I can for them. Not saying that, you know, any of these cold cases or any case that you look at from the web sleuth world, the odds of having much or solving it is like winning a lottery. The odds are so far against you, but you got to try.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a question, and if it's already been asked, I apologize, for Mr. Steve. In your opinion, now that you were there and you got to see everything for yourself, which way do you think he entered? That he came in?
I was going to even ask that earlier, but I didn't. Go ahead.
Well, it depends what your motive is. If you're going there, and it's like all victims, when your path crosses your victimology and your path crosses with your eventual killer, what is his plan for the day? Was it an abduction? If it was just purely an abduction and we're going to take them somewhere, and you're not in a geographic lockdown, that you don't live in some of the properties nearby, then you have to have a vehicle and you have to take them somewhere. So if that was the scenario, they would have came in on the Weber side. And then if it's, you know, if it's just some random nutcase, they can come in from either side. I mean, and then you have that if they're,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's so many different variables, but if you go for the targeting abduction route, then I believe they would have come in on the Weber side.
So let me ask you on this, Steve. Okay, because back a couple of years ago when I was doing my cryptic note video, there was 3 things that I had in my head. One was one person, if one person could do it. The other thing was about the whole abduction that went wrong, snuff film out of it, whatever, and / the revenge motive. So the abduction thing, the reason why I never overly followed that path so much, because there was nothing about it that made sense to me, considering that there was a big staging, considering that the BG was set up with headphones on. You hit a camera, headgear, meaning what that BG had on him told me more so. I felt that this was intended to be a murder, but I could still be wrong, obviously. But I just couldn't justify that this was a abduction gone wrong. I kept trying to think of the Fouts line. I kept trying to think of, the graveyard. There was nothing about it that really made me think about, go harder that way. Even though it does enter my mind still, I do question it still. Do you feel that this was an abduction gone wrong, or do you think that it was simply a murder? Planned to murder, regardless? Do you feel?
I'm glad you brought up what you brought up about the radio, or two-way radio. That's one of the tests that we ran, one of the controls that we ran, and we discovered a lot about it, which is supportive that, which I'll tell y'all tomorrow night about the limitations and what areas you could use a radio and what areas you can't use a radio from. Mm-hmm. Which we found interesting. it surprised me. But we did that, and if there was any type of communication that was trying to beat the cell phone data, and they were using some type of radio communications, extremely limited.
Well, so Louis.
Yeah.
So that's a good point. So a segue for you. So, extremely limited. Now on the BG, I can see multiple cords. Meaning, for myself, because I look at the pictures, I see multiple cords. You can see the wires, the spiral wires. Like, trust me when I say that picture is so deceiving. So meaning on the arm, you can see something that's on there. I don't know if it's a radio, but I definitely know about the headphones. Definitely know about camera in a sense. So I also see a ton of wires. So Steve's saying something about limitations, or how limited it might be.
And I was wondering, when you said that, what kind of radios were they using?
I was using one of those multi-channel low. It wasn't any of the law enforcement or high frequency radios.
Just like those ones that use when hunting, like those two-way radios that have multiple frequencies.
But I know the limits on them because I own about 20 of them.
Yeah.
And I use them quite often, and I know what their range is in my neck of the woods. And so when I took them there, and going from certain parking lots and things, they just don't work.
Those bridges really do interfere with those radios quite a bit.
I would assume that's part of it, especially that Freedom Bridge, evidently, because that was quite surprising to me.
Yeah, that bridge would definitely interfere with simple two-ways.
Right, but it would not if you had two unlisted cell phones that were communicating. That numbers have never been identified by law enforcement.
And I've got some information on that too.
Yeah,
then that was surprising on some of the phone communications.
I don't know who Jensen is, but on this other video the other night, this expert said,
you do know who it is.
Of course it matters.
Right, and you do know who it is.
It only doesn't matter if it doesn't help your idea of what happened. Then it doesn't matter, but you know.
And an expert is not an expert because they say they're one.
Exactly.
Oh, I've seen some unbelievable shit come out of people's mouths, I'll tell you that.
To answer Dave's question, which I don't think I fully answered, about how close I think law enforcement is.
Yeah.
If it's referring to the catfishing, if that's where it goes, then they're very close. If it's possibility of some random, then they're nowhere. It's just cold case. We'll not see a resolution to it.
We won't see a resolution to here.
Yes, if it's just some random type.
No, if it's a random, good thing it's not. But if it is, which it's not. But if it is,
no. But no, I was encouraged by what I found, and I still think that, that they're on their path. I don't know if it's going to be a month or 5 months, but I think it will be solved.
Yeah. Well, thank God it's not random. At least in my opinion, thank God. I have hope that's going to be solved. I don't know that everyone will be brought to justice the way it probably should happen. Tell Jensen, this guy Jensen, tell him to come to Canada and I'll school him on how to be a PI, because that dude is off of his rocker. Don't listen to him, okay? Off of his rocker. Probably a Google PI, I'm just saying. But when people say stuff like that, and then you literally, it's kind of like, somebody saying that Ron Logan was the BG and he worked for the FBI, and same thing.
He's a paralegal.
Well, I can tell you this, up until I went there, I always thought there was a possibility that Ron Logan accidentally came across him. I always thought it was a possibility.
Yeah, that's. And what do you need for that now?
No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And why would you? So why do you say no? Just to expand on it.
It's just the location is so hostile to get to, and to get out of, and at the hours that they're saying no. Because I traveled that I did that after sundown land navigation in total darkness, and if you don't know how to do that, you're going, like I said, you're going to injure yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
Steve, I think people miss how much of a grade there is from up on top going down to where it is.
I scared myself. I scared myself coming out of there.
Yeah.
I was going up one of those bluffs, and I raised up too much, and I almost went over backwards. That's not good.
To play devil's advocate, do you think that the landscape, and I know that the terrain can't change, but do you think that the clearness of the area has changed then because of Ron Logan not being there anymore, and that those paths in that area not being maybe kept cleared up?
No, that has nothing to do. There's no paths down some of those.
Yeah.
I just want to make that
There's
clear.
no paths when you sitting there looking up, and it's very intimidating.
I mean, it really is a bowl.
Do what?
It really is a bowl.
It is. Absolutely is. It's a three-sided bowl with an opening in it. That's just a catch basin that there was no out.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Steve, would you say that out of the whole entire area that you investigated, would you say that that was the most intimidating area? What you just spoke of?
I don't know for the fact that it was what we was focused on. Could there have been other areas that were just as bad? Probably so. So I don't really know. I mean, we were such a small, concentrated area. I'm sure there's other areas on Deer Creek that's just as bad, because at some point, when that water started flowing ever how many thousands of years ago to cut that path through those and create that channel, it's because you're looking at almost 80 feet from where the cemetery is down to the creek bottom in a very short distance. It's not a general rolling, what you would think that when you're riding around and say, oh, that's a pretty creek, I'm going to walk down to it. No, that's not the case.
So who just said it's not hard to walk down and back up the hills around where the girls were found. The areas downstream are more like a cliff until you get into town. For the part where it says it's not hard to walk down and back up the hills around where the girls were found, would you agree?
No. Now, more towards, you see, I don't know which area, if he was going around, I don't know what was further towards and around the Logan up that area. I really don't know upstream what it is, but the area I was in is extremely harsh and hard to get up and down. But now I don't know his age either. He may, I'm almost 60. I mean, he may be a teenager. I don't know.
Yeah, see, this is a beast, so she's bestiality there. So I could see her. She was probably doing cartwheels all the way down the hill and even back up.
Probably being carried. She was probably being carried by her new husband.
So Roll Tide, let's go back to that. So they took TK's dog because so Libby got a new dog named Tucker, and so it was always said that there was a dog hair that was found at the DNA of the crime scene. And so they took, yeah, and so they took TK's because obviously it was a camel. They would have gotten a camel, but it was dog. Just meaning like some people say, well, what kind of hair? But obviously they would know what kind of hair because they would analyze it to know it was a dog hair. But yeah, so Tucker was Libby's new dog that she was playing with prior to going to the bridge. They found a dog hair. Obviously, it wasn't maybe Tucker's because they would have identified that, obviously.
Right.
So then that's why they took, obviously, TK's to see if that maybe dog hair matched. That was what would make sense. Yeah.
And to who this, I walked out of there with two ladies, and of course, it wasn't a difficult walk, but it's not something that, is that easy either. It's not something that you would think that would be pre-planned of this is how, it's just not. And it's not a choice that you would go and make that a regular, that if you was at the cemetery and you walked down that way, you wouldn't say, oh, this is the way I'm going to get back out. No, that's not a first option.
Honestly, Steve, I know I don't want to keep you because I know you're tired. So yeah, I'm going to stop it here because you have your tonight live, for you anyway, you have your live tomorrow night that you're going to do. You've answered a ton of questions. And honestly, I thought it was Wednesday when I asked you. And come on, I literally thought it was Wednesday. And then when you said about the grandson, I'm like, wait, is this Friday? So is there anything else, Steve? Because like I said, I don't want to keep you. You're tired. I could keep you a lot longer if I wanted to. But
we haven't digressed at all.
What?
We've not digressed at all.
Right. Oh, Steve.
It's Deb's not here. I've told you all along.
No, it's okay. We can go south anytime, Steve. Because Steve knows that he can't really leave until we've gone south. So I'll just start it off by saying I'm not going to promote Derma Wand. I'm going to promote the Magic Wand. Magic Wand is a special toy that Steve, he sent it to me from Indiana. And am I saying that correctly? Because someone's just said, I think it was Roll Tide that said that I'm not saying it. I sound like a Canadian when I say Indiana. Am I saying it wrong?
It was the Brutus Plus model.
You sent me the what? The what?
Brutus Plus.
Deb has the model too because Deb was playing it yesterday. Like, did you hear what you thought was a blender? It wasn't a blender. You guys. It was the Magic.
The only angelic virgin on this channel.
Adam's acting all innocent, really, when he got one too. But he calls it a massager. Just saying. Steve, are you going to digress yet?
Oh,
because you have to say that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And yes, once again, we have digressed.
I was trying to point out that Deb was the reason we digressed, but Sonny had to prove me wrong there.
Gotcha. Well, Steve, I know we got too serious with you. We're asking you too many questions, obviously.
No. Hey, I respect y'all, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to be here.
Well, that's only when you took the handcuffs off from me that you said that. I respect you.
Now, Steve, I have to ask. Are you sure you're ready for December?
Oh yeah, December.
Sure. I get to meet a legend.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You mean Steffa? No, I'm kidding. No, I'm the one that's humbled. Thank you.
Oh no. I'm still. Y'all are 5K.
No, that's not me. That's Sonny.
That it says 5K, but it's 500K. Yeah. We kind of hid the extra zeros. Just so you know, we're just a small little channel.
I'm excited, but I'm humbled, so I'm excited. Yeah. So I take your email.
Humble.
Nobody. Nobody recognized me in Indiana, and nobody's gonna recognize me in Atlanta.
Yet. Yet. You're still growing, mister. Yet.
Yeah.
Pretty soon I'll be doing.
Delphi will be there as well.
Yes, Steve, pretty soon I'm pretty sure we'll be saying, Steve, can you please book us some time? You know? Can you
actually probably doing what we're doing now is probably the worst thing I could do for channel growth, because going out on the road and you're not able to dedicate as much time to create certain things. And but to have the impact one way or the other, you have to do something to help the families. That that's what we're here for anyway.
Well, people love boots on the ground. People do love boots on the ground, so don't get yourself wrong on that one, because that, to me, that's wrong, because it's kind of like when you do something like that and then come back, then everyone's like, tell us. Now,
well, I know, but and once again, though, it's so much easier for me to come over here and tell your community versus.
I was just gonna say.
Anna said, I just want to answer really quickly. I don't know the answer to this. She said, is the flow of Deer Creek controlled?
Sorry.
Many rivers are regulated. Who just might be the best person to answer that question? But I think it's controlled because of the Wabash River, but I don't know 100%. Mm-hmm. So if anyone has the answer to that question.
I don't think the Deer Creek is controlled. I think it flows into the Wabash, which.
You're right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Steve, let's give you a big thank you so much. Again, I honestly wasn't expecting you to join tonight because I was like, oh yeah, he's probably tired, but and then he has grandson. So, I know you do so much for so many other people, and you do things with your heart. And even though you're tired, you came on here still. And I just want to say that I appreciate you. Adam, not so sure. Deb definitely does. Yeah, no. Louis appreciated you on here. Metal Mama did. Still don't think Adam did, though. I feel like he didn't give you the proper attention you deserve tonight, to be honest with you. And if you could just sit at what table are you at, Adam?
2.
So, Steve, did you get table 2 as well, or did you put yourself?
We're at table 9.
Yeah, he was smart enough not to get the same table.
Perfect. So I can see Adam right now negotiating with somebody else. Hey, can I have table 9? So table 2 was all sold out, was it?
Yeah. I think now there are probably more open seats at my table than ever.
I don't even know how many people sat at a table. I mean, it might be a bar stool. I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't know much about it.
Well, anyway, Steve, thank you so much for your time tonight. Trust me, I could keep you here still, but we're not, because you have to go to sleep. You have to prepare yourself for tomorrow, and then
all my stuff's done. I'm done for the next 2 weeks. I've got everything ready now. So.
Really. Do you have time to make a tribute video? I still need to do that for Blaine for Sunday. I still have a lot of work to do, so if you could just fit some of that in there. If you do half, I'll do the other half. Fair enough? No. No.
Actually, I was in Kokomo, and I thought about, and I just didn't I didn't have that connection with him, no, because I never spoke to him. But I hate for anyone or any family to go through what they've gone through.
You know what? I shouldn't say this. Wouldn't sound right if I said it like this, but honestly, like, the sadness I feel for someone that I only knew for a few months, but it's like more sadness than when my mom passed away, to be honest, in a sense, because maybe it's just, I don't know. I just feel so sad, and I'm just so sad. I picture his grizzly beard and his smile. He was always smiling, and I just feel like it was so wrong that he should still be here. Of course, Blaine worked hard. Like, I'm watching a video today as he's talking and he's rapping a song, and the song's like, I fought my addiction, type of thing, and I won, and Jesus love and stuff like that. And I'm like, Dude, you should still be here, and sadly, not.
Let's save that for Sunday.
Hey?
I said, can we save that for Sunday? I don't want to get,
I know. Yeah. Okay. So enough about that now. But Steve, thanks so much for coming on with us. You have a great night. Unless there's anything else you need to say, Steve, what time are you going live tomorrow as usual?
I think it's 8 is tomorrow night or tonight. Okay. Now it's 8. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, 9. Well, now it's
Eastern Standard Time. Eastern.
8 Eastern. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, Steve, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Can someone drop his link in the chat just so
people don't have sorry, my bad.
That's not necessary, y'all.
Yeah, no, Steve, shush. Bite your tongue.
Steve, I appreciate you asking those questions for us.
Yeah,
and absolutely. But yes, absolutely. And if anyone has anything that they need me to look at, actually, I got several more cases I got to look at. I've had sent to me from people that it's so sad that there's so many cases out there that people want that they have missing loved ones to murdered loved ones, and they just want someone to care.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Stephen, it shouldn't be. It should not be unspoken that y'all took your own money and your own time and your own energy, and you went to Indiana and you did that. No one asked you to. You didn't have to do that, but you did that on your own volition, and like I said, your own money and your own time. And so I mean, I commend you for that. And
well, I have a great community.
That says a lot about your character.
I have a great community that's very supportive, and they helped along the way of that. And so I work rather than work for a government now. I work for my community. And
you work for me. You know it,
right? But I mean, you didn't have to do that, and you did. You took time out of your wife, and you got your wife to go along with you, and caused her emotional trauma along the way, apparently. But I just
somebody's going to address that.
Oh yeah, and but we but that's the only way is what as we move forward and continue along. I look forward to it. I don't know what we'll be in 6 months or a year. But hopefully we'll have some kind of impact on people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh, I'm so sorry. I do have one more question. Sorry. For December 22nd. Okay, let me ask you something, Steve, quickly, because this is gonna bug me if I don't ask you tonight. So you ain't going nowhere, buddy. Good fight. Okay, I teased you. You're not going anywhere. December 22nd is a pre-trial. Do you think it's gonna last maybe 7 minutes versus this 5 minutes? And the trial is set for January 18th. Do you think, Steve, that this will go to trial, or that a plea deal would happen before before the trial? Do you think because of because it, like I was reading, like there's a lot of shame involved, in a sense, like meaning obviously there's 30 charges and names are going to be brought out and different things. And do you think that there's going to be a plea deal prior to the actual trial?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing worse for a defendant than going to a trial and facing a jury when the consequences of what will happen at that sentencing, regardless of what the final negotiations is, there will be some type of, if the state chooses, the state may say, no, we're done. This is it. But I think there'll be some type of a plea deal.
Prior to that. And so at the second pre-trial, what would you expect to happen at that one?
Oh, I don't know. I think that, like I said, they're not continuing all these little pre-trial things for just fun. There's people talking about some ultimate goal and what that is, and we're not going to be happy with it. I guarantee you that what he deserves and where he needs to be, regardless of if a relationship of of what might be with Delphi. There's not enough time for him and what needs to be done to him for doing that. I mean, because he may say, "Well, I was just in possession of," but you still are the contributing factor of and the demand for other people to create that content, and which is absolutely there's no punishment. I mean, there is a punishment, but they won't let you do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, can I jump in on that real quick? Just as far as the next pre-trial. So from my understanding, what it will probably focus more on the procedural aspects of the trial, because it'll be the final if there's going to be a trial, it'll be the final hearing before the trial. And so there'll be a lot of housekeeping duties. There'll be a lot of procedural stuff that they'll go over. They will address the motions that they put forth in the past, that they put forth today, and that motions that'll come forth between now and then. It'll probably, again, not be very interesting, but they probably will clarify some of the rules, some of the stuff that Judge addressed yesterday, and they probably will just go over logistics. It'll probably be a lot of boring stuff, to be honest, unless there's a plea bargain. But
some of those things of what they're going to be negotiating is what's going to lead to the plea bargain.
Right.
If they say certain evidence can be brought in and certain witnesses can testify, that and what information do you have that might circumvent that?
Right. And depending on if they got anything off of what they recovered from the river and what that information would have been could play a big part in it.
Someone says, did I see any evidence of dead animals on the trail?
I was just going to say that. Somebody did ask that earlier. Could you answer that one? Did you see any dead animals in the trees or like skulls or anything like that?
Not at the crime scene, but they're harvesting the corn now, and there's dead deer in the fields, but not at the crime scene, which that's what they were asking about. But no, I didn't see any of that.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, let's let you go now. Thank you so much, Steve. I'm just gonna say that now. Love you. Okay, thank you. Say hi to me, Steve. Yeah. See you tomorrow night. Yeah.
Have a good
night. Thanks, Steve. All right, let's party, you guys. With he hasn't gone yet. Okay, there it goes. That was great. That was so nice of Steve to do that.
Who was he?
You know what? I'm still not sure where he's from. To be honest with you, no. I feel like he was a random, kind of like the BG.
You left a troll in here.
I'm not really sure who let him in or why he wanted to answer things for us, but obviously it's I guess it's our popularity as a channel with only 5,000 subscribers, but I feel like we do have 500,000 in here, and Lisa makes up for probably 499,500. So that was great. So, what did you guys think? I mean, I know you came in late. Middle Mama, what the hell were you doing tonight that was more important than me?
I had a busy day,
over my social media.
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I can't disclose some reasons.
All right. So she was playing with the magic wand. Like, oh, it's okay. Gotcha.
That's what it was. Yeah.
That's what it was.
Full blast.
Yeah. Right. So, but I know that you came in later. So Lewis too. Like that to me, that was like some great questions and answers that really like. There's nothing like going there, right? And so I really truly hope, Adam, you go there. What I mean, and you're gonna bring us back make sure your drone is working.
He just helps to validate what I've said over time. There's no way that somebody walked off the street from their semi, came down to a trail, said, I'm going to look for some girls today, followed them to the end of that bridge, knew to go down a hill, and did what happened. And
horrible.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree.
And I asked him about if he walked from the bridge to the cemetery that way specifically because he did. And then his response was exactly what I've come up with. Coming back up the other way, unless you know exactly which way to go, is extremely dangerous. It's not a path you're walking up and down if you want to go down to the creek.
Exactly. I'm just sorry. One sec. Could somebody please remove Steve from True Crime Web from our audience? You've had your say, Steve. We appreciate it. You can go to bed now. You can go to bed now with my wife or Adam's wife. You're allowed. Those handcuffs are mine. Though, if you could just leave the handcuffs in your will, that would be great for me. Okay? Because what's going to happen here is Steve's going to be like, I'm not going to cross the bridge. And he's going to go. And anyway, just leave them in your will for me, the handcuffs.
Fibro said, "Be Bob, battery operated boyfriend."
Yeah, my battery operated boyfriend or girlfriend, depending how I'm feeling that day.
And Jizwiz said, "I like where this is going," which I mean, with the name, the name Jizwiz,
Yeah,
sounds like you're heading in the right direction.
Yeah. Do you remember the whiz? Okay, so this is where we just open up because Steve's gone, so his poor little ears don't have to listen to us. I mean, secretly he hides in the back going, he loves us. We unwind him, we use our different toys, our bobs. But this unwinds Steve in a good way too as well. I'm pretty sure he's going to go to bed tonight going, Sonny, that was a great life.
Right. He's like, I can't wait to take her down with all of her arrest records.
Yeah.
Keep giving Reddit material, Adam.
Right.
I mean, how many more times do I have to post it to Reddit for it to get noticed?
Yeah, you guys are all getting serious with serious questions again. If they found digital evidence in the search, it may take a while for. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's my speculation there, Stephanie. It takes a while to get information off of any device, especially if one that's been broken and have been submerged in water for a couple of years, allegedly.
Daisy, I thought you were excited just to see me, but it's like I'm not excited about your guys' show, but I'm excited about Steve's show tomorrow. Maybe we're gonna have a show exactly at the same time Steve is. You guys are gonna come here. We're gonna block him. We're gonna block his channel. What?
I'm busy. Steve asked me to be his first guest.
Oh, really? You just want to go see Mrs. Steve? Such a horror. Okay. So, So, Meta Mama, how did your day go today?
Busy, but okay. Did really well, thank you. How about everybody on the panel? You guys have a good day?
No.
Well, no.
I'm sorry.
No, because you were not here. I literally made you a Twitter thing too, and
I did see it in between hearings and stuff, and I was able to retweet it.
That's what you call them, is hearings. Okay. Hearings.
Well, I work on the docket at times too.
The what?
Yeah, okay.
But we do Wall Street stuff, not crime. Well, it is crime, but a different kind of crime. Does that make sense?
It's a criming shame, yes, but it makes sense. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, what they get away with is we would be in jail for. It's pretty disgusting.
Are you talking about the market?
Wall Street banks.
Oh, yeah. I don't talk about that. I have money invested.
Oh, can you do me a favor, Metal Mama?
Sure.
So Metal Mama Michelle was on the show last night. Let's see. So I'll give you my autograph after the show, Metal Mama. Don't worry.
Please,
okay?
Thank you.
I
want Adam's too, and I want one from Lewis.
Oh, no. Okay, fine. For a fee, nominal fee. Don't worry. Not much. Not much. For sure. But can you tell everybody about yourself because yesterday, let me just remind everybody, I had done 2 lives. I cracked 8 hours. Did you know it was within a minute apart, Michelle? Like the lives?
No,
one was
I did
3
not.
hours. Yeah, one was literally 3 hours and 56 minutes. The one with you on was 3 hours and 57 minutes. basically. So, whew, that was a good full day of work there, you guys. Plus, I did more stuff after that. But anyways, so what happens is that if you put out videos and do a few lives, like YouTube only allows you 3 notifications in the day to put out things. If you put out like a 4th video or a 4th live or whatever, you're not getting those notifications. That's why some people don't get those, right? So unless you see the fact that we're live, or you see it on the Facebook or the Twitter when I post. So, Metal Mama, obviously the live was a quieter last night because of that reason. So can you just, tell everybody about yourself again?
There's not a whole lot to tell.
Go on.
I work in the heavy metal rock and roll industry, mostly the heavy metal. I step back big time. I used to promote a lot of bands and a lot of other things going on behind the scenes. And I also do legal work. I do forensic auditing on papers and various documents, looking for financial frauds and stuff that Wall Street does, and I work with different defense attorneys. What made me get out of the metal arena, like I have a band that I still am connected with that will be having an album come out in 2023, and I am going to promote for them. I made an agreement to do that. But like I told you last night, I'm more of realistic. I like to be real, and I saw just a lot of unrealistic things going on in the behind the scenes in the metal industry. It's kind of like Hollywood, I guess you could say. A lot of fake going on, and I'd rather be real. And I find doing the forensic document, the inspections and stuff, it's very tedious, but very rewarding.
Exactly.
So that's why I like how your brain is, Sunny, with the pictures, and Adam's brain, and Debbie, and then we got Lewis, and then we got Mr. Steve. So just our own little part contributes,
Yeah, well, exactly. And that, like I said, that is what makes a good team, is when everyone has certain thoughts and whatever. And obviously Roll Tide's wife too is very, very wise. And I'm not sure, Roll Tide, if you left, but you make sure that you say that you love her, remind her how smart she is, because Metal Mama Michelle, that you totally appreciated the fact that I actually took time to show you like pictures and stuff.
Absolutely.
Like that. And
there were things that I never noticed before looking at those photos, because your thing is photos, mine's documents.
Exactly.
And I did not see the headphones. And now, since you taught that, and the way you taught it to everybody, now whenever I see him, that's the first thing I zone in on. I can see it right away. I can see the microphone. I see everything.
Yeah. Once people. Yeah. And again, some people, you could show them a picture that is as clear as day, and someone goes, I don't get it. And again, I'm going, but I can't really make it any better than this. To me, I just visually see it. So it's harder for me to, it's hard for me now to associate with when I'm showing stuff, because I'm so used to, I spent 7 months, like literally 7 months every day for like 12 hours at least, every day for 6-7 months, dedicated to the BG's face and what he was wearing. At some point I said I gave up on some of the stuff that he's wearing. It's going to take, it didn't matter. It mattered about the face and the features and that, So I literally, that's all I was looking at, was just that face. And when you spend enough time doing something, you've actually mastered it pretty much. And so now that 2-something years has gone by, BG's face bored me after about the 7-month mark. I still go back to it just to go, nope, still right. I always like check myself. I must have checked myself at least 50 times, if not more, like in the last year and a half. But I always do. I go back and I'm just like, dude, I wish I was wrong. No, still you. Okay. But I do, right? I'm very critical of my own work. That's why I'm just sitting there going, sue me all you want, dude. Kegan Dunker, you know you won't do it, right? Because I have that.
You get to go in discovery, and when you go in discovery in your lawsuit, that's where you get to show your evidence, you know?
Absolutely. And I'll be like, prove me wrong. But the thing is that I just know the difference of, you know, you're trying to hide, like you're trying to hide on like Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth and Palladino. You guys are all trying to hide. Like he's trying to hide, I mean. And I'm just like, dude, I must be your worst nightmare. I know I am.
Well, I would like to get together with you, Sonny, at some point and kind of share some of the cases that I've worked on and cases that I am working on now with some of the scrutinizations that I have to do. And then maybe you could give me a little more education on deciphering pictures.
Hey, yeah, absolutely.
I've got a question for her, if you don't mind. So you work with like the Security Exchange Commission fraud and stuff like that?
Yeah, I can actually teach you how to find your mortgage if it's been put in a mortgage-backed security. And I can actually find out who really owns your mortgage.
Yeah. I have a friend that was involved with SEC for a while. And
yeah, they're not the most pleasant organization to have to, our government, I should say, they're not the best government remedy to have to deal with when you discover things, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, he was investigated and he was informed. He was a pretty big name for several years. So it was a
yeah.
So you've probably seen his case at some point or another, but
yeah.
Oh, did you miss it? All these people. Some of these people are just blind.
What's happened?
Hey.
What?
Some of these people, they're just blind. You know, you give them an inch and then they take a mile, no problem. Fine.
If you could stop showing that picture.
Nope.
Are you getting trolled? Is there trolls, Sonny? Are you referring to trolls, Sonny?
I told you that picture costs money. If you want to see
it. Wait. Sorry, there's a $50 tag on that picture. Sorry.
He keeps taking revenue out of Adam's pocket.
That body ain't free.
Yeah. Anybody get a quick screenie?
No.
No? Good. Okay. Just like my husband's ass. Nobody. Ooh, I think I was smarter than everybody on that one. I was like, okay, I got to quickly jump into the live, turn it off, quickly go freaking turn it to private, delete that spot before all those. Adam, did you got a picture?
No, I never saw it.
I didn't even take a picture either. I was too busy going,
if I want to see a British guy's ass, I could just go to Google.
True. Michelle, you would have died laughing so hard. What are the chances that somebody, myself, who wasn't going to be on camera that night because I was lying in bed, freaking no makeup on, hair freaking like, freaking Medusa. And all of a sudden I accidentally go hit the button thinking I'm turning on the mic and I hit cam. My husband decides to sit like literally like a freaking board. Boom, boom, right up. And then Frank.
We got all the biscuits were right there.
And the thing is that I was too busy looking at myself that I was on camera that I literally ducked my head, looked up, and then I saw my husband's ass in the.
If he turned around, we would have.
And this was on live. This was on live.
It was on live. It was on live. It was an early morning live. Thank God there was only like 58 in the house.
Oh, there were a lot more than that. But the best part was that none of us noticed until Frank from Marvin Frank goes, "Was that Sonny's? Is that Sonny's husband's ass?"
and then Meadow Mama. Then they're cracking Sunny side up jokes, butt jokes left, right, and center. Right now, I don't think my husband's heard anything because he gets up and I'm like literally like this, and I'm like. Right. And so I'm going, oh my God, he's going to be pissed. Like my husband's like, he's always good, but he's going to be pissed. And I'm thinking maybe he doesn't know what just happened. But those two, Frank and Adam, hey, Sonny, did your husband like it sunny side up? Hey, Sonny, you know.
Right. I still refer to it as his Brexit.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. And so I'm just sitting there going, like, can you shut up, you guys? Like, trying to say, like, can you shut up? And I'm literally saying this, can you shut up? And nope, didn't stop. Big mouths over there. Nope. They just kept going. And I'm thinking, my husband's not really saying anything. He went to go to the bathroom. Okay. That's right. And then I accidentally actually hit myself out of the live, like, meaning I literally was caught off guard. I was fumbling to find the stop cam.
You canceled that live immediately.
No, this is what happened truly, right? So what happened was I'm sitting there texting the bitch. Adam, you fucking answer me, Adam. Right, I'm trying to like call him. What's that thing where it says C42, C52 or whatever it is? And where does that? I'm like, what the hell? So my only option was to go in the live, hit freaking cancel right away because I know those trolls, and you know who you are because you're watching us right now. Those trolls, they'll get hold of that, and then my husband's ass is gonna get viral and shit like that. But you know what? So
bad choice of words.
Yeah,
he might end up on a Hallmark card. You never know with that.
But so
it wasn't a bad look.
Well, gotta finish a little bit more to the story. So my husband goes into his computer in the living room, and I'm just like, husband? And I said, you okay? And he's like, well, how am I supposed to sleep with all that noise when you're talking? And I'm like, oh, okay. So I go back to sleep, right? Thinking that he still doesn't know that it's oblivious, even though Adam and Frank just kept cracking the freaking jokes. And then later I get up and I'm just like, husband, are you okay? And he goes, well, how would you feel if your ass was shown on a freaking live to the world? I don't even care about that. All I care about is the dirty bedroom that they would have saw. That's all he cared about, was that the bedroom was dirty. And that if you were adding, he didn't care about his ass. That's all he said. And true story, bro.
I was very attentive to your needs and to your wishes about not exposing him and violating his privacy.
Yeah. Sure. Funny as shit. Like, seriously. I mean, honestly, I was dying laughing, but I was like, husband's going to kill me. Like, he's literally going to be so pissed off at me. I really didn't expect him to be pissed off about the bedroom being dirty. Not dirty, but, messy, dirty.
Because we all know how Sonny would have reacted in that situation if it had been me.
Oh my God.
She would have handled it with so much tact
and grace.
Honestly, if it was my ass, I mean, it's pretty much the size of Texas anyway, so I probably just would have taken up the whole screen, And I didn't grow these chins for a reason.
It's people. Not true.
But if it was my boobs going, I'd be like, enjoy. I mean, those things are precious. Enjoy those,
and they're real.
Yeah, because my boobs go from like here pretty much to like my knees. I'd just be like, all you got to see was that, my boobs.
What was the coffee mug I sent you yesterday, Sonny?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't remember what it says now, but
it said, well, I'm sorry for you that I have great tits and I'm always correct.
That's what it said. Thank you. Great.
And then I said, I'm your coffee mug.
Yeah. Yeah, this is true. Oh my God, Adam was sending me these things left, right, and center. And every time he sent me them, I kept sending them to Michelle, and I was just like cracking up laughing. They were pretty funny, actually.
They were hilarious.
When I'm sad, sometimes I have to deal with it that way,
Same. You guys don't know this, right? Like well now, like some of you guys don't. So, and in the bio, I'm gonna bring up the bio again. So don't forget, you guys can go to the merch site, the Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter, Facebook. You can go PayPal for the family if you want to do that for the kids for Christmas. But I have a meme page, and it has over 10K followers. I left that page alone for about 6 months. Wasn't even paying attention to the followers. Did not care. I'm pretty much at 11K now. Did not know. I remember being in OBS one day, which is Streamlabs, and I was like, why does this thing keep saying I have like 10,700? And I'm like, did I grow some Facebook pages for the true crime that I don't know about? But 10K? And then I go to my meme page this Monday, and I'm like, oh, I got over 10K subscribers. So yeah, because you have to have 10K subscribers to kind of break through on Facebook. I didn't know this, but I had read it recently. So when I was like, really? I got 10K. So on that bio link there, you guys, if you guys are ever missing me and you want a butt plug joke or something like that, just go to the meme page and enjoy. Have a good night on me. Yeah, so I'm just saying, there's a no one noticed until Frank alerted.
Because that's often what people are lacking in their day.
They are. They need a little bit of like I need laughter all the time, but right? It just does. Before I go to bed, you know, it's like I just laugh. I was like, husband, do you want your ass on TV again? Or the
if I wanted to laugh before I went to bed, I would look in the mirror.
True.
Sadly.
Funny guy. But yeah, so that truly happened, and it might happen again at some point. I don't know.
You can always run the replay.
No. I deleted. It's gone.
Is the whole video gone or just that part?
No, the whole video. Nope, just that part. No, just that part, Adam.
Yeah, because it was good. It was a good video. It was you, me.
Funny as shit.
There was you, me, Deb, Marv, Frank, and Randy, and Steve, I think, jumped in.
Yeah.
At one point.
See, Nate's got a bloopers reel you could start.
Oh. I just can't believe my husband was pissed off about the bedroom instead of his ass. Okay. He's like, I don't care about that. I care more about the room. Okay. Yeah.
We've all dated people in the past like that. We got to the room. We're like, no, it's okay. We understand it's dirty.
Yeah, he uses the word dirty because dirty reminds me of like rats running around, messy.
In college, I remember going to someone's house that didn't have a pillowcase.
That when?
That didn't have pillowcases.
They don't use them?
Well, I'm talking about like 18 to 20. You go home with someone and you're like, you don't have pillowcases.
Did life end for that person? Yeah.
No, they were just,
That's odd. That is odd.
No, I've gotten lazy myself. I always use pillowcases now. I just buy pillows and.
You're not a college age boy.
Hey.
You weren't a college age boy.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't bail as soon as you figured it out. You stayed on with those guys.
No one noticed it till Frank had brought it up.
Exactly. Oh, trust me. That the time it took me to find that camera button to turn it back off, it felt like a minute. It literally felt like a minute. It was like 20 seconds. But I literally, when you just literally panic and you're trying to, it's like your brain just went block on you and you're sitting there and you're trying to find the button and nothing you're doing. And next thing I know, I kicked myself out of the entire live. But I was just like, what do I do? Text Adam, and the freaking live, Adam. Come on, dude. Like, seriously.
I was running a live. I couldn't just text in the middle of it.
No. He didn't stop to think that my husband's ass was just clearly on the live. And he was just going, I comes back and he's just talking away, and I was telling him, I was like, dude, my husband's ass was literally, don't you understand?
I honestly I didn't notice any of it until Frank said it. So that's what I was.
I know. And that's what I'm saying. I ducked when I realized I was on camera. And I heard Frank say that, and I was like, wait, what? And I'm like this, and I'm like, see, it was Adam's fault because I was nicely in bed, and he's like, honey, come on the line. Can you just come on for 5 minutes? And so meaning, and I literally look like shit. I mean, not I mean, no, like I truly look like shit. And so I'm just sitting there like this. Once I realized I was on camera, that's when I was like, my husband sits up and I'm like, dude, really? Like, I just noticed when Frank said that is when I was just like, oh. And all this, you don't know. When Frank said that, I just see my husband like, almost like, when someone's like this, like Mortal Kombat, he sits up.
But you know what, Sonny, out of the hundreds of videos we do, at the end of the day, that'll be one of those things that you look back on and you're like, do you remember the time that my husband's ass was on TV? So
no, trust me. If I could have kept that clip, I would have made it viral myself, to be honest with you. I just thought he was going to be so pissed.
Those are the moments that make life worth living.
Yeah. Oh
Which
yeah.
be glad it wasn't like that other gamer YouTuber that left his live cam on before his live feed started.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh, what happened?
Well, I think it was back in 16. He had a pretty heavy following. He was a gamer, and for some reason he had the live screen ready with the countdown going, for 10 minutes before he went live, and his little box was live in the corner while he's sitting on the couch with his computer screen up pleasuring himself.
No.
See, told you.
Are you talking about
Yeah.
Renee?
What's that?
Oh my goodness.
It could have been his earlier profile. Yeah. No, the guy was DSP Gaming, but
Did
yeah,
he?
completely.
Do you know, Spybro, who he speaks of here? Did he lose his followers? Because
He lost all
the guy actually owned up to it and turned it into a positive thing, but I guess his history before that was not doing stuff like that. But
wait, but there has to be something wrong with someone that let's just look at it for what's wrong with someone that's like, oh, I'm getting ready to do a live, better go rub one out.
Getting all jizz whizzed up.
Like that's not that's not a normal thing that someone should think about,
Okay, Fibro. Because I was gonna say, if but because he's a gamer, chances are that most of his audience was males, and they were like natural thing to do.
I mean, how exciting!
Now, see, if you actually watch the thing, you can't really see what he's doing.
Adam, I'll be right back.
I almost thought it was staged, but
I don't play video games. But if I didn't know they had that effect on people.
Now, if that was a woman that did that with all those men followers, you'd be a freaking hero.
But you know what? A woman would never think to do, and a woman would never be like, I should do that before I go online.
Would.
Yes, you would. It would be called OnlyFans.
No, that's. I'm saying a man does it for personal reasons that have no purpose. Like a woman would do it, for something else. Now, yes, he probably was trying to beat the countdown. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, one.
He was probably trying to beat his record, literally.
I mean, you don't actually see anything that's going on, but it's comical. You really should look it up and watch it, because the way he then goes into the live is like, oh, the camera was on all this time, really? And then he goes right into his live.
I think my algorithm is already borderline on a list in a few agencies across the country. I don't know if I need that add to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's freaking hilarious, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Honestly,
funny.
I would probably have 1 million viewers overnight I don't care what you guys say. Men think with their bottom head and not their top head when it comes to this stuff. We know this. Okay. Don't deny it. Can't even deny it. I'd have 1 million viewers overnight. Doesn't matter how freaking thin I was, fat I was, whatever. They'd be like, they're like flies to shit going, oh, not even right. That's serious. Because there's a chick, a mama, that literally sits in the
look at YouTube Kids.
Okay.
Like I only use YouTube Kids, so I don't see adult things.
Yeah, I know. Right, Adam. That's where I typically go after here, of course, is YouTube Kids. But anyway, so on Twitch, there was some chick sits in a hot tub, and all she does is just sit in a hot tub, bouncing her boobies around, sitting in a hot tub, talking, nothing else. Millions of dollars every month she makes.
Oh, I'm sure.
Have you seen the chick that sells her bathwater?
Really? Wow.
Yeah, OnlyFans. She makes like $650K a month. Selling her used bathwater.
Okay. Well, if I go pee in the bathwater, will you guys buy it? I mean, we'll call it.
There you go, Lewis. That's a trick question.
I'm just telling you. There's some people out there that are.
If I go,
I'm not saying anything bad about her. I'm making fun of the people that buy it.
Oh my God, Kate, is that any different than the freaking Canned Air from selling it in China? The freaking they go up to the Rockies and sell Canned Air.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm just saying. So KD isn't the bomb. Sunny is the bomb. I could fart blast. I could literally take Russia out. I'm not even kidding.
Right. Go on YouTube right now and like type in girl that, or not after the live. Go ahead and type in like girl that sells her farts in a jar.
That would be me.
That's
if you guys
the whole
see me
thing.
there, it's me.
I don't think you should use a jar. Use like those Ziploc bags.
Oh no, she has a whole tutorial about what to eat first, about how the process works.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you? Well, expand on that. What do you need to get your ass in shape for? Maybe we like it big. Doesn't need to be. Yeah, maybe we like it big. Fibro. Now
we did digress now.
No. I told Metal Mama Michelle I would buy some of her rolls if she puts chocolate on them, so I can have some chocolate rolls. But I'm diabetic. But I still insist.
I'm waiting for the Christmas ornaments.
Yep. As soon as I'm done with them, you'll get to see them. They take a little bit to do because I do them by hand.
Well, Michelle, if
Christmas next year or this year?
Oh no, they'll be done with by Halloween, honey.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry, Adam.
I was saying, I said because she had said she was going to send them to you, and then you would send them to me and Dad.
Yeah, the pictures. Yeah.
Sunny.
But
it might be cheaper if you send them to me, and then I can send them to them because it's cheaper to ship to the U.S. But
I meant the pictures. I was going to send the pictures to Sunny and have them forward to see if you guys like them first.
Yeah, I hate them.
Before I send them out.
That's so sweet of you. I love Christmas ornaments.
Well, Sunny, I think you should make a custom one. I really do, if you know what I mean. With your husband. Full moon. Santa Claus flying a sleigh over that moon.
Don't give me any ideas there because I could make that happen.
Go with it. Tell this sounds like a bedtime story that I need to hear. Go on. Just open up, Michelle.
No, just you need to make an ornament, okay? A full moon ornament with your husband for Christmas. Get a little bit of like Santa Claus flying in a sleigh with the reindeer and have it like going across the moon, his moon.
Oh, that was
don't get more merrier than this or something like that.
What if you got stuck down the chimney and all you see is a bear?
You're better off doing a Christmas card and have Jack the Knife playing in the back.
That's a good one, yes.
Yeah.
Honey, we're trying to help you come up with good Christmas ideas.
Do they celebrate Christmas in Canada?
And then you can tell your husband it was intentional because you wanted to promote his card.
And she's going to make money off of his ass. Now that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's income.
He should be making money off of that
I
background.
don't even need to run my life because you guys apparently can do it great.
He should be making money off that background he did for his gaming play. That is awesome. Like he did a top-notch job.
Oh yeah, it looked honeybee wax. Oh my god,
He was awesome.
Do you know? Can I tell you guys a story? Okay,
No.
So okay, hold on, just 2 seconds. Bad moon rising. I'm gonna. Who's Ray Jones? Can somebody block him, please? 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds.
That's Deb's alter ego.
No, it's our alternate account. Alternate. Okay. Okay. Hold on. What the hell? Okay, so telling you a story. So my husband, right? We meet online gaming. Ooh, yeah, right. So we meet online gaming, and my husband flies out from England. He's barely slept, of course, and he's freaking ass tired. It was a Cheech and Chong nightmare. I'm not even gonna get into that part. Cheech and Chong. Just think Cheech and Chong, okay? Fucking billowing freaking pots looking out the window from the two girls that my friend that worked at the hotel with me, right? So it turned into this big freaking drive around the pot thing after we picked my husband up from the airport. Not only did we not pick him up on time, we picked him up late, okay? Lewis, I don't need to see your nudes right now. What are you sending me? All right.
Lewis!
Oh my God. Yeah. You know what, Lewis?
I sent that like 2 minutes ago. It took that long to get to you.
I'm on delay. I was playing with myself. I told you I just set it back. Okay. You know what? Where was it? But you know what, Lewis? I had a feeling about that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What you just sent me there. So I'll say it in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, listen to me, people. My husband now, but I just met him. Of course, you know there was going to be sex going down that night, right? Doesn't matter how tired he was, there was going to be sex going on. So, anyways, I had this stupid idea to be all sexy and shit, which we know that I suck at this because remember the boob thing and the strawberries and the whipped cream falling on my keyboard story? Okay. Well, I decided I'm going to take frickin', the syrup chocolate that you put in your chocolate milk. And I decided to put it in all over his back. Looks like it was going to be some sexy show going on. All right. I'm not kidding you. And my hands like Velcroed to the back of his back. No word of a lie. So I'm thinking it's going to be this, chocolate everywhere thing. No. Freaking hard as shit. My hands were like Velcro. And I'm sitting there trying to whatever. Hey, you try getting chocolate out. And it's not like he has a hairy back, bro, or anything like that. But there was enough hairs that shit was so hard to get off. And let me put it this way. It took away from the sexiness appeal that I was trying to achieve. So just never put chocolate syrup, especially if they're in
Did
there.
you grab the hot fudge instead of the chocolate syrup?
Yeah.
You're right.
Say,
Sorry.
Food in the bedroom is overrated.
Yeah. So, but when you're trying to be sexy and you're like, let me just right across the back, you're gonna slide, and that you're gonna eat it. Didn't happen. It was, so
I don't know how much you pay for your sheets, but mine were expensive.
Say it again?
I don't know how much you paid for your sheets, but mine are expensive.
Ooh,
I don't.
Yeah. Honestly, it was the biggest effing mess. Fudge mess is what I meant to say there. It's a big fudging mess that ever happened. I'll never forget it because it took away from the atmosphere because I literally had to clean off his back first and then proceeded to read the Bible in bed after that because that's exactly what I do, right, Deb? Read the Bible after bed. So that's what happened, and I'll never forget it.
No wonder you had to marry him so quickly.
Pardon? Yeah, and then
you had to marry him so quickly.
Honestly, whoever thought that chocolate would have been a nightmare, right?
I just didn't know that you would jump in bed with someone the night you met them.
See, that's because you're diabetic. You weren't supposed to use it.
I wasn't diabetic at the time.
Well, see what happened?
It was all that chocolate.
Right.
I like you, Lewis. You're awesome too.
Get off here, Lewis. Moment on the lips, lifetime on the hips, right, guys? Yeah. But yeah, no. When I try to be sexy, it just doesn't work out for me. If I just be my natural self, then people will go, "Oh, you're sexy." Some of you might deny that, but it's true. Some people do say that to me. Okay, but it was like the minute I try, like the whipped cream on the strawberries, on the tits, right on the tit, because my boobs are
the teat, honey, the teat,
the teat, yes,
yep.
the teat.
Yeah,
it's different than tit. It's a TT. But anyways, yeah. And then so I'm trying to be all sexy. Michelle, did you already hear this story about that?
No, and I also want Adam to tell Lewis the chief dong or whatever that came on too. That's a good one.
Good what?
What was that?
Ooh.
You told me a story about on a live King Dong or a Chief Dong came up on the screen. A dong.
I have a long dong.
So one of you were telling me a story that I wanted to tell Lewis. Somebody was on a live stream and okay, and somebody came up Chief Dong or King Dong or whatever, and you didn't catch it, and his picture was already up on your screen hanging there.
Oh, that was funny.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was during the live.
Yeah, that was on a live, right?
But we caught it quick.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was Chief. Was it King Dong? Chief Dong?
And hanging is a stretch.
Ding dong.
Yeah, ding dong.
Was his name Chief Dong? Was that it?
Don't remember. Obviously, you were very much more aware of the name than I was, apparently.
Because I was laughing my butt off when somebody had told that story. It just had me laughing. I got a visual of you just sitting here, and that it just shows up on live,
I just felt like the guy needed a sympathy card.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Do me a favor.
Send Sunny more pictures, Lewis. She wants some.
And Ray,
in our private, how did you know?
What's that?
Okay, I'm talking to Lewis. Well, Lewis, how did you get underneath me now? Okay, Lewis. I'm sort of talking in the back. You're about messing with my freaking brain. I want to be on top, Michelle. Fuck that shit. We'll do this. Fuck y'all.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, so Lewis, in the messenger, how did you know that anyway?
What's that?
In the messenger, how did you know that? Dude. Quit showing me your dick pics and just answer my question.
Sonny, all of our pictures are going to end up on like some sex site or something. I'm telling you. They're going to be like cougars.
There you go. Sonny, what did he send?
I don't mind leaving a legacy behind, Michelle, to be honest with you, for when I'm gone. If I turn up on any of those sites, fine, I'm good with it. Because that means that
give advice on strawberries and whipped cream. Because I know the next time I go to the store, I'll be thinking of you.
Oh my God!
No, strawberries are not in season. Don't do it.
Yeah. Royce.
Yeah.
XA on the messenger. A. How did you know? A.
What I sent you?
Yeah. What'd you send me? Yes. How did you know?
Oh, on one of the YouTube channels I listened to. Yeah, it was the downfall of YouTubers, and they listed a whole bunch of different ones.
Oh, we weren't on that list, were we?
No.
We might be after tonight. You guys might be after this
chat. No.
Is there something on that one I sent you I'm missing?
No. Well, I mean, it could have been bigger, to be honest with you.
Like prom night over again.
Yeah. I see here. Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it. Problem is here, Adam, the question was meant for you, actually. How did you know? Okay.
Well, you'll have to send me what he's talking about. So
don't leave me out of this. I want to see it too. Come on, Lewis, just get on the screen and bear all.
It's not a party unless everyone gets to come.
Thank you. I'm gonna save that for later. Me and Magic Wand.
Spank bang.
Oh, should you send your daughter to bed? No. We're here. We don't just solve crimes. We offer sex advice as well. Anybody have any issues with their sex?
Well, may I, Ray? If your daughter's up at 1:30 in the morning, I think we already understand your parenting style.
Yeah, she's good. Just let her loose. Seems like you have already anyway. She probably is loose.
Now, see, what I sent was PG-13. I don't know what Adam sent.
I sent nothing.
You did send me something. You guys, Michelle, the only person that hasn't sent me anything.
What did I send you, Sonny?
Honey, if I would send you a picture of me, you would be in therapy for the rest of your life. Trust me.
No. It's just that if you did and I crawled up, would I come back out or no?
It would terrify you. It's not a pretty sight, not at my age. I'm with you. You know, when you take your chi-chis out of the bra, they hang low to the knees. And you got all these young girls that are out there walking around. I used to be young once, you know. And then when you get old, I'm in menopause, you take your chi-chis out of the bra. It's like swing low, sweet chariot. You know,
I know, right? You know, that's what I think. But I know Taco Bella's, but you're like, swing low.
Sweet, exactly. And I was telling my son's girlfriend that very thing because she's very young and she doesn't realize she's going to age, you know?
Or I was just about to get to the most perfect line when I was like, coming forth to carry me home. Yeah, swing low.
See, now you know why they call them knockers.
Yeah, they'll knock you out, get black and blue, especially when you
Knock
get
you
older. The way
in.
they hang, my knees get bruised.
We're losing viewers. We're losing the females. We're losing the females, guys. Code red, code blue. Code
Sorry,
red.
ladies.
No, it's okay. I thought I took it far. Oh, God.
Come on, this is
Easy.
Metal Mama, all right?
Oh, yeah, I got to rein it in a little bit, right? What is that? One of Ron Logan's horses you're on there?
I still want to know what it is you thought I sent.
Well, okay, Adam, do you want to say what you sent me?
I mean, are you talking about the?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about where the $1,000 came from.
Yes. Well, that was yes, but I actually sent that to you by accident. I was in a conversation with someone else and I meant to send that to them, but you already knew that.
Is it who I'm thinking it is?
Yes, just look at the messenger. Yeah, and it was nothing bad. I just, I was just showing, the breakdown of what had come in.
Yeah. So is it who I'm thinking it is though for that 1K?
Well, I just explained myself in Messenger from it.
Oh. Was it
because that person and I had been in a conversation, and so I just wanted to make it clear. I just wanted them to see the breakdown of where the money had come from, so that
But is that the right name where the 1,000 came from? That I just typed in Messenger.
I think. I don't know 100%, but I think.
Yeah. Either way, you guys, the love that you guys are showing for Blaine and the family is much appreciated. Again, I'm gonna still drop that here. I hate to get all mushy and gushy on you again, but I'm going to because this is for Blaine and the family. So I'm gonna drop the link for the obituary. Some nice person, some very nice person dropped $1,000 onto the obituary.
Hey, I'll be right back, okay?
Absolutely. So anyways, that goes directly to the funeral home for Blaine. Okay. Even though Sunday will be a donation day as well. Okay. Anyone that goes to the bio link, use the PayPal, that will go to the kids. Or if you buy Blaine's merchandise from the merch shop, that will go towards the kids, 100%. Okay. For the kids for Christmas, for his 3 kids. Okay. That will, I know, make Blaine proud. It will make me proud for the fact that Blaine gave us a lot of insight, and it's just being a good person sometimes. If you can do it and you can afford it, I would love it if you guys could help Blaine kids out, especially, and towards the his coffin, because obviously his is a little bit more expensive. It's a little bit bigger. But no, it's true. All right. It would mean a lot to me, guys. I just I'm still devastated that Blaine is gone. It feels like someone you just knew for a long time, and then this. It's just so unnecessary. And that's why we'll be covering more addiction lives as well, because it's just so unnecessary. It's so sad. I don't give a shit if it impacts 1 person, 10 people. If there's no awareness, then obviously nothing's going to happen. But we all know that in life, that sometimes somebody says something that makes a difference. Maybe it was a teacher, maybe it was a friend, maybe it was your mother, maybe it was your father. It doesn't matter. Because even in life, sometimes there's people that say things that kind of guide you on this path. I wish I would have freaking messaged Blaine earlier that day. And there's people that saying, I wish I would have, talked to him the day before and stuff like that. I wish I would have known those signs, like he had said, about, like we knew. I just thought it was alcohol, you know. Just such a waste. Miss that fucking guy so much. I know we all do, but me and Blaine talked a lot behind, so I mean, it's like I'm scrolling back going, yep, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, yep, true, yeah, no, so
Well,
would mean a lot.
You can take those experiences and things that you've discovered now that you didn't realize then. You could pass
Yes,
them on to somebody else and help somebody else and be a light to them.
absolutely. Well, it, you know, I normally make tribute videos for other people. Abby Libby, I've done it for Adventures with Purpose. I've done it for Lauren Scharf on Colorado News when she was at Fox 59. I've done it for Brianne Gabriel Ellis just recently. I've done it for all these people, but this is for someone that I was deemed as my online friend. In a sense, I could deem him as a friend. And so it's even harder making a video because you're looking at this person that was on our lives, that impacted our lives, impacted my life, and yet I have to sit here and put a tribute video together. And so, yeah, it does bring me warm awareness because I wish I would have seen the signs. I wish I knew that. I just thought it was drinking. I didn't know he was going back to drugs. I asked him, said, cut your shit. Are you something going on, type of thing? But it's when I look back at that live, and he says, well, exactly like when you don't keep your promises. It's almost like he was literally just saying what he did to us, and you're just like, oh, it didn't dawn on me till I rewatched that live after he's passed to go, oh, shit, he was talking about himself, but it was hindsight.
Yeah.
Sadly, that's what bugs me is that I didn't. If I was a drug addict and knew signs, true signs to look for, I just thought it was tired. He definitely was tired. I thought he he looked spaced out. He did, but I know how I look when I'm like. He looked like he had a long, hard day. He was tired, and I thought he'd been drinking booze. That's how much I do hard drugs. So yeah. But you definitely a learning curve for the future. Yeah. Well, again, at the end of the day, Jenny, it is what it is. So I'll just take the experience like with anything, right? Roll with it because you have to, because life's not going to stop. But doesn't mean that people still can't care and do things and make things better in the world. That's what I like about it, Everyone has the opportunity to take and make this world a better place. A lot of people choose not to. I choose to. You do. You choose to. Adam chooses to. Lewis chooses to. All the people in chat are choosing to. Most people. Like I said, not gonna like those people that literally offer nothingness from their channels and they offer hate and stuff like that. Again, that's not like what's that doing? Yeah, right. Like it becomes about their life being that miserable that they need to do stuff like that. I choose to make the world a better place because it's not hard to do. It's an easy thing to me to love and care about people. I don't find it hard. I find it hard.
The biggest thing that separates people is you're on here honoring somebody that passed, and other people are on their channels attacking you for honoring somebody that passed.
I know.
You nailed it, Lewis. That's exactly right. Yep.
Yeah. That's what makes me mad, Lewis, is that you can't even honor someone without being attacked for doing things out of love. Right? They always keep turning it about money. That money justice wants money. Really?
You know what they say? If the first thing they see is you going for money, that's because that's what they're doing. They see what they're doing first, and then they apply that to everyone else.
Absolutely, because that's the way they're bringing things.
What they should be doing is reaching out to you and saying, you know what, I agree with what's going on. I'd like to contribute.
Yeah,
or you know what, telling my watch, the people that follow me that they should contribute. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is, look what she's doing.
Yeah,
and that's
I know.
wrong.
Because it's taking away. It's just taking away from, in a sense, in this particular case, it's taking away from blame. Like, how the hell do you take away from a dead person?
Yeah.
Like, how do people even want to follow you when you're taking away from someone that just died and they're making a mockery out of it? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, get the hell out of my life if that's what you want to follow. Seriously. Because you're literally, imagine if that happened to your child, or to you, and someone did the same thing. Like, how do you have such disrespect? You're trying to take away from people that are trying to offer up help for the funeral costs, offer up help for the kids. And I'm not even going to tell you why I got so pissed the other day, because I'm just not, out of respect for a family member, but I'm not, but I was pissed off. Greed, runs this world. And it's sad,
Yeah, but you know what, Sonny, your contribution, what you put up, the money, anything anybody's donating is going straight to the cost. Yeah. It's not going in it's not going in your pocket. It's not going in anybody's. It's going straight to the funeral. And the gifts for the kids for Christmas, it's going straight for the kids. Nobody's taking a cut. So
100%.
I don't,
Absolutely.
The thing was, and then I'll leave that one alone because it just makes me mad about the whole thing. But exactly, the kids, Blaine would be so heartfelt. He would be so moved to know that we wanted to make a difference for his kids, because he's not there. Now all the the kids, right? It's not about anybody else, the kids. Let them have a good Christmas. Let them know that It's a Crime and Shame family cares about them enough, that they literally love their dad enough to do something special for them.
Yep.
What a beautiful thing to do. Not because of me or Adam or because of you guys and us. Because we chose to offer that up and you guys choose to contribute. That's what makes life beautiful, things beautiful. So I just can't believe that people would legitly
and that's
follow.
I think that's sending for his kids. It's just a great example for his kids to see the love and care that this community does have for their father. As they get older and they reflect back, they're going to remember this community reached out to them and truly loved them and truly cares about their well-being.
Blaine's kids, Blaine and Andrew and Phoenix, they know that Blaine loved us. There's no taking that away, Yeah. No matter what. No stupid channel can take that away.
But they're always going to have that with them knowing,
Yes, exactly. I walk away, and not walk away, but you know what I'm saying? I walk away from the fact that Blaine loved us. We loved him. He knows it, right? We know it. Simple as that.
And I can say, can I add to that, Sonny?
Yeah.
10 years from now, if this YouTube channel is long gone, whatever, if one of those two kids, if one of those children were to message Sonny or myself and say anything in the world, we would know immediately who they were. And it wouldn't matter that we hadn't spoken to them, if not in the past 10 years, we would still do whatever they needed us to do to be there for them.
Yeah.
And no one would ever know. So
I think that's amazing. Very, 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 very humbling. And it's truthful too. So
it's not hard to care about people.
Nope.
It isn't. It's not hard. It's not hard. In fact,
unless you're the kind of person that doesn't know how to, or you don't care for people, and then it highlights that in yourself, and it bothers you that other people can.
Yeah. One of the things that always made me laugh with the Abby and Libby case here is when people bring up the reward money. They don't do it so much anymore, but they did near the start when I was like, I know who the BG is. And they're just like, so you're basically just making snide remarks. And I'm like, isn't that funny? Because never did I even know for quite a long time about the reward money. Didn't even care. didn't matter. Once I even heard, I didn't care. Whatever. I don't care. It's not the purpose of being here. But it's like they wanted to bring it up because they obviously cared about it. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't even thinking about it. I didn't even know that there was a reward money to the Delphi until somebody literally sent me a message and said, oh, not a message, but on the post and said, oh, you're just trying to get the 200 and whatever $1,000 or whatever the heck it was. I don't even know. Doesn't even to this day, it's like, you know, randomly I'll think about those comments and I just think it's not funny because I don't think about it. So why are you worrying about it? Why are you thinking about it?
Exactly.
You know, because that just shows you the difference between me and you. You care about the money. I don't. Like, I literally don't. I don't even, it's not even in the equation. It's kind of like how I think about bonuses when I get bonuses at work. If you get it, in a sense, it's a bonus. You know, it's an unexpected bonus. I would never expect any money. Like, let's just say they were like, okay, here we go. Here's Kegan Dunker. You know, you solved it. Now this case is different than that. You know, again, you know, it's one of those things. So I remember saying one time, well, you know what I would do? I would give a quarter, like let's just say 300,000. I'd give Anna 100,000, like that family. I would give Becky's family 100,000, and I said, even though not expecting it, and I said I would keep 100,000. And I said, and then of course people are out there going, oh my God, blood money, blood money, blood money. Kiss my ass, because I know all the good shit that I would do with that $100,000 and what I would do with it, which always goes back to who I am, which is helping people.
Yep.
So I would take that and create another environment of something, whether it's opening up a crime con in Canada, whatever, meaning I would do something. Why not? If I worked my ass off and because of my labor, why would I not want to do something as well to help out and help other people? That seemed fair to me. Fair's fair. I don't consider it blood money like people keep saying. Really, like I'm not one to take money, but I wouldn't consider it blood money, because when you are a giver in this life and you do good things for other people, there's absolutely nothing wrong. So if, say, I opened something and it created another 20 people to be happy instead of 0, you know, because maybe, so I see it kind of like a pie, like that, that here's yours, you know, for all your grief and pain and sorrow, we'll never make up for it. And here, I want to go do something. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Nope.
I think the reward money in any case is kind of a weird thing anyway, because
I think so too.
I mean, name one situation that the reward for any case has been the motivating and solving factor of the case. It doesn't happen. You know, in any situation, you never hear about the person that ends up solving the case because they want the reward money, or someone that has information that finally turns it over to get the reward money. Money is not that huge of a motivating factor for people when it comes to these kinds of things.
Yeah. Honestly, no.
Nor is it ever usually paid out.
Well, think of this too. Let's say this was a different case and there was reward money, and somebody that knew the person responsible finally turned them in and collected the reward money. They label him a hero for turning in that person and going public.
But they wouldn't get it.
And there's somebody that knew it happened and didn't say anything in the beginning.
Right.
But then you take somebody that goes out there and does all kinds of work to try to come up with a solution, and if they get the money, then all of a sudden it's blood money. But the low-life scum criminal that knew the guy that committed the crime that finally turned him in is not.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was my point, is that, you know, the money is never a motivating factor.
Exactly. Yeah.
I talk about it. That's what the expectation of it means nothing to me.
Right. And look at all the people that are probably involved that might have information. In this case, that 300,000, I don't even know what it is, could be a huge thing in their life, but it still doesn't make them talk. So reward money never ever is this thing that solves a case. It just isn't. And if it is, they usually don't pay it out.
I know. So
I've not heard of anything publicly made known where they've paid reward money out. If it's it's been kept quiet.
We'll have to look at the Kylie Rodney thing.
That's true. Yeah, they had a reward for her. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and
they got a reward.
They had a reward if
finally
Rodney was found, and Adventures with Purpose are the ones that found her.
Right.
Yeah, did they finally get the reward money?
I don't know. We were just talking that they had a reward. I don't know.
It was $75,000, and
I
there
don't
was
know
a
if they received it. Is what I'm saying. I don't know.
No, I don't think so. You know what? I'll ask Jared.
Okay.
I'll ask Jared.
Because in all fairness, they did find her.
Yeah.
They found her.
I know there was a petition for them to get it, but money. I feel icky because money is not a motivating factor.
Exactly.
Not one of us got into this case because of money.
Could have cared less.
I don't want the money. I don't want the money.
Case for Abby and Libby.
Yeah.
Justice for Abby and Libby.
How about with the Petito case? Did they ever pay anything to the person on YouTube that did all that figuring out where the van was? And
nope.
I've never heard anything released on that either.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah,
that's the only thing I know of where it's been made public where something was solved because of that. And I've never heard anything about that being paid out either.
Oprah. Oprah. Ray Jones, I agree, but in Dallas, they recommend.
I just always think because they think it's going to motivate people to talk and to come forward, and it just never does. So
see, and this is why
it doesn't matter if it's $10,000 or $300,000.
Thing is, getting this reward money isn't going to save someone from their own family getting killed or something if they if they talk. So
right, look at Dylan Rounds. That's they've gotten no information because of the reward money in that case.
So
I mean, Natalie Holloway's mother actually paid money to Jan Vandersloot just to get information about where the body was, and he was swindling her. And and after he's done serving his sentence in Peru, he's going to be brought to the U.S. on extradition charges over money because he swindled her out of that $25,000, and she just wants to know.
She just wants to know what happened to her daughter. She is a beautiful, beautiful woman. She is. I love her. She's a really nice lady.
Yep. She just wants something of her daughter that she can put to rest.
Exactly. She just wants to know what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Ozzy, she says, I know you're all not in it for the money, but I think God is giving Sonny a good shove to be an investigative journalist as career. Let me tell you this. I enjoy. You know what? The thing is this. I know I'm a great investigator because I do like this stuff. Thing is, this is how I think. I'm not a banner of my life too much, really. I don't have all these hopes and dreams, certain things, aspirations to do this. I just like to bob around life going, let me do this. Yeah, because everything I usually do revolves around helping other people. And so if this YouTube channel takes me on a path like that, and they're like, Sonny, Kegan Dunker, you're under arrest, dude. And everyone goes, my God, she was right, which I am. But then, do you know what I mean? And if it takes me down that path, then so be it. I'll be fighting them off left, right, and center going, no, you work there. No. Oh, no. Yeah. So no, I just honestly, I'm a little butterfly that just, it's how I've always kind of lived my life. I just never was one of those people that just was like, oh, I want to do this. But if I have hindsight to look at, which I do, I would say I would make a great psychologist because I love working with people. I'm the word of a lie. I always think I'm going to make a Dear Sonny YouTube channel, like Dear Abby. I used to love reading Dear Abby. I love helping people. I like talking with people about their issues. I just enjoy that stuff. I'm good at it, and I'm good at being an investigator because when I dig hard. I'm not one of those freaking ride the. Oh, was that husband? Shit. Baby ending soon? Yeah. Okay, fine. So yeah. There's a couple things in life I enjoy, but first and foremost, it will be I like making other people smile. I like the fact that we have control if we can take something and make somebody else's day. And if I don't make somebody's day because they were a little bitch that came and trolled in here, like I said, they don't get my time. But if I can make someone's day just by, hey, that we made you laugh tonight or whatever, and I took something away from comments that you guys said, That's rewarding to me. Like Steve coming on the live tonight too. I wasn't expecting it. It was very rewarding. I appreciate that. No matter that he was tired, he came on the live, and then Lewis came on. I don't want to get tongue tied now. Metal Mama Michelle came on, stuff like that. That's rewarding for me because these people care enough to do that for us. So it's just things like that it makes me happy, because it makes me feel like even the love for Blaine, that people are doing things, sending money for the kids and helping with the obituary for the funeral and stuff like that. That's rewarding. That as in itself is like motivation. And it's honestly, I'm not gonna lie, Adam and you guys have got me through what do I want to use? Not having to focus my time on the fact of how much I'm explaining. Because typically at night I'm just trying to do something, and then I go over to his messenger, send him a message each night, start telling him I miss him and I love him. And then I start looking at something else, and then I go, ooh, I guess I should get some pictures for his, tribute. So I start going through his thing. Next thing you know, I find myself stopping, watching videos and stuff like that. And yes, sorry, yeah, honey, I'm coming. Not literally.
It's like a spiral.
Yeah. So I like that. I love it when people, I love it when there's no alternative motive to something besides you're just caring with your heart. That's why I love the people that I do. And that's why I appreciate the people that come into the channel that aren't the trolls, that are the nice people, that stick around, that know our hearts. And a lot of them let you know it. Some people stay in the chat and they're quiet and silent, but still like coming to the channel. And other ones say things, and they might do it through money. They might do it through a like. They might do it through chat, different things, right? That's what makes the world go around. Anyways.
Yep.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And that's why for Blaine, he's going to get charismatically clever. Didn't know him. Made him a nice video. Didn't have to. Beautiful. It made me cry, tear up. That was the problem right there. Then I started watching that, and it was like there's a really good part in it. It's only 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes and something, about 3 minutes long. But there's this really great part in there that you guys would love for sure. And it's enough to make you cry, well, you will. But anyways, California's taken over. I'm not really sure. Okay. Yeah, so I do gotta go, I guess. He was offered the reward, but Jared refused, and that isn't why they do what they do.
Yep.
But I believe that the family did give. Okay, that's not what I remember AWP talking about myself, Polygraph, because I distinctly remember them speaking about the reward, and if they it's one of those things. I'm pretty sure that I distinctly remember the conversation about that reward, because it's for the fact that when you do it, even if it's offered and they refuse it, but at least we have the decency, right, that they offer the reward. And if you turn it back down and say, no, do this with it, whole different story. I remember they took somebody to court because of that, because it was the principle. It comes about the principle, right, Polly? Principle of it all.
That's what I love about Adventures with Purpose. Oh, sorry, Adam. Go ahead, honey.
Oh, no, you're fine. That was just that was one of their first cases where they did, they did take someone to court over it. And it's not because they wanted the money. It's because money had been put forth that was insured by an insurance policy that then decided they didn't want to pay out. And their whole thing was that if you were going to pledge that this money was there as a reward, then you can't turn around and say, well, no, that was just a pledge. And it was because of the insurance companies in that small town. I believe it was Kansas City or somewhere. I can't remember fully, but
they were trying to pull it back.
They did it for the purpose of and for the what's the word?
Principle?
Yeah, principle of the situation.
Well, I want to answer a question real quick. Ray asked me, Metal Mama, Anthrax, Slayer, or Lamb of God? and Kitty. I go with Anthrax. Anthrax 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Not the drug, the band.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You'd be surprised at how many people really don't know.
Wait, what'd you say, Adam?
I said, or whichever is more useful in the moment.
I've had quite a few people when I've had my Anthrax shirt on kind of look at me like the younger that don't really know, kind of look at you like, huh? It's like it's a band,
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
I'll take Dead Kennedys.
Adventures with Purpose. I love them. They do this volunteering out of the kindness of their hearts, and they get emotional. You can tell their hearts are in it, just like
oh my God.
Here,
I fell in love with
they get attacked too, and it's and they're only doing it because they really want to help families.
Right. And they'll be back on.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Hopefully. Yeah. Like Jared said to get back to him in like maybe sometime around the beginning of December. So that him and Doug or whatever can come back on. So we'll see how that goes, okay? Because obviously we, it's planning ahead, but
we might be with Oprah then, but I mean,
yeah.
We can make them.
Yeah. You know what always makes me laugh is sometimes Jared doesn't see the email and somebody else answers it back, and then he'll go, oops, sorry. So I thought I had answered him back. And if he thought his email to me in return took a little while, well, my email back to him took a while. I was like, oh shit. Because I know what happened. I went to go reply, and then I was like, no, I'm going to come back to this later. Totally forgot. So Jared, love you.
Story of my life.
But when I saw Jared on a live, right? I mean, I saw him before, but there was one particular live that stood out, and they were helping a family, and I always forget the family's name that they were helping, but they needed to go back, and they needed the help. They needed help with money. So Jared said, guys, look, and he's talking, and he's got tears rolling down his eyes. He's like, guys, look, we need help. This is, the first time I'm asking, like, can you guys please, I don't like asking for money, but we need your help to get back there for this family. Can you guys do this? Well, I'll tell you, within frickin' probably half an hour, if that, they had about 20K. Okay, that's how much they were left. But during that live, Jared's looking at the comments and tears are coming down his eyes, and I fucking love that guy. Just because I see his beautiful heart in there. And don't get me wrong, but there's the other AWP, but meaning Jared's the one that I had mostly seen him, and Doug was on there, but I'm trying to think of his name, Dan the Man. But anyways, so Jared's looking at his phone, looking at comments, and this one guy said something about it was something ignorant about like, what do you need to ask for donations? Like, he said something so ignorant about donations and whatever. And I remember Jared's looking at this, and he's like, whatever his name was, you know what, Rick, you're a dick, or something like that. You're an asshole. Is that what I think is what he said? You're an asshole. Yeah. And he's just like, you know what? I'm sick of people like you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go block you. And he scrolls back and he blocks the guy. And he says, you know what? I'm sick and tired of this. If you don't want to donate, get the hell, basically, like, get the hell out of the channel type of thing. And I was like, Jared, oh my God, I feel so bad. Because, like, do you know what I mean? Because, right, they're doing beautiful work, beautiful hearts, and those little effing dicks just have to come in there. All those little preachy people out there that are pieces of shit, because that's exactly what you guys are. Those pieces of shit, that make up a mound, and especially in the true crime here, there's a lot of them. And they make up the mound of manure, and they just have to come in there and try to take away from beautiful people and beautiful moments, and it just sucks. It sucks. But it's there's no getting out of it. They just suck. So that's why Metal Mama in here, and that is just like, if you're a dick, block, see ya, block, see ya. Yep. I'll lose subscribers. I don't care. Even when I see ignorant comments on the thing, I'm just like, block. Oh, my subscriber level fell down. Oh no,
we have the best.
Yeah. So that's
we
why
rarely get that.
It's kept classy in here because, well, first of all, because of the people. Secondly, because we just don't allow it to happen. So, and that's the way you do, because it's not about subscribers. It becomes about the morals of the people that are coming in here, and you don't want to have, the trolls with people that have the kind hearts that are truly here for the right reasons.
Yep.
Right. It's the quality over the quantity, and it's the integrity that we matter.
Right. That will grow the channel itself, like we talked about earlier. If you're just being genuine and care about people and whatever, the channel will take care of itself.
Channels attract their audience for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, anyways, I do need to get going. So, Lewis, do you have any last words at all? And thank you for coming on the live tonight.
Well, once again, I appreciate the fact that you stay with what you've said from the very beginning and you don't change from that at all, but you allow everyone else their own place to speak. It's different because most other channels don't do that. It's one side or the other or conflict, and you don't do that. So
yeah,
I
don't change. Don't get me wrong, but yes, I was gonna say, once I realized I was doing it for a purpose, because at the start when I was Sunny Justice, or Sunny Austin, which is my name, then it was just like, because it wasn't about an audience. It wasn't about an audience at all.
Right.
But yeah, then after a while, it's just like, hey, people want to think it, go right ahead. No matter how far off. Like, I'll tell you sometimes if you're way far off the planet, but it's like, hey, if you want to think that, go right ahead. Like,
if your prime goal was to come out here and make money, you'd be doing 10 different topics, and each video would be a different day for a different case, and that's how you would handle it. But that's not what you've done from the beginning, and that's not what you do now.
Starting next week, we're going to feature a different case every day of the week.
Every day. Yeah. It's a good thing that you brought that up.
I say three different cases a day. Do a morning, afternoon, and night. Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you guys.
There is an aspect to the fact that in order to grow anything, and in order to stay true to ourselves, we do have to we do feature cases that, even if they're not Delphi, that we care about. But it's never going to be for clicks.
There's a difference, though. There's a difference between doing that and putting your heart into some things and churning out videos just to produce content.
Yeah.
And people try to put you in that light, and that's the opposite of what you do. So
well stated,
every now and then you just need a cheerleader to go out there and say that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you very much, Lewis. And Meadow Mama, do you have anything you want to say? Besides, I love you, Sunny, or something.
Well, you know what my heart says. I just want to thank all of you, Lewis, you, Sunny, Deb, Mr. Steve, and Adam, for all of the love that you have for Abby and Libby and their families. And I want to thank you for the love that you're sharing for Blaine, and you're leading by example. And I just want to thank all of you for it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You deserve the same things.
Ray, yeah. I was going to say,
even though I took it to a new level, Sonny, with the
No. That's fair. That's fine.
You deserve just as much thanks because you care. Everyone cares, and that's why they're here.
Yeah, I feel like Ray Jones needs a shout out from you, Metal Mama. I think he needs a special good night from you, Ray Jones.
Oh, okay, Ray, Mr. Ray Jones. You prefer 20s? I'm just going through the chat. Hey, Ray.
Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. Yeah. Anyways.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray, I'm looking at the chat now. Thank you, Ray. It's a shout out to you. Ray, have a great weekend. Keep rocking.
Yeah.
See, Michelle, you didn't give Sunny any credit for Canadian bands.
Yeah. You know what, Sonny? We'll do a show on that.
Yeah.
For what?
Canadian metal bands.
Like Voiva.
Yeah.
I don't really know any Canadian bands.
Speaking of, it should be noticed today was a holiday in my world because it was Taylor Swift album release day.
Oh, wow.
The new album did not disappoint. So.
You know what, Adam? I'm going to take you to an Anthrax concert. That'll put a little lead in your pencil.
Michelle, how about I let you know that I've been on stage with Kim Deal and the Pixies.
Oh, ooh.
Okay, that's a
good. Then you'll be able to survive Anthrax. We'll have a good time.
I think I can handle it.
You're
All right,
welcome,
it'll be
I'm
a
well
different time.
versed.
You too,
Okay.
Lois. What the hell? We'll bring you in.
Every time she says Lewis,
Sonny,
Hey,
you
Adam.
said you won't come to the States, or I'd bring you to Anthrax too, or Overkill.
Well, Queensryche just did a concert.
Oh, Queensryche. I remember Queensryche.
Yeah, good band.
Yeah. Michelle, back in the day when I was with Dion, when I was 15 to 26 years old, his name was Dion. Our decorations in our apartment was AC/DC, Megadeth. You know, remember the flags? Remember the black, like the big flags that you,
Yes, I
that you
do.
use for decoration? And honestly, ours was done very tastefully. It was actually quite cool how it was done. To be honest, I was actually impressed with how Dion actually hung them, where it looked like it was actually decorative. But then he had one white colored Iron Maiden one, and I was like, no. The black and white one was like, meaning
Well, I'll
the
send you
theme.
some pictures of my tree from when I was back east. I still have I keep a tree out here in the desert, but it was a white tree, and I did red and black ornaments with electric guitars. I had red electric guitars, black electric guitars. I made ornaments for like Overkill, Megadeth, Anthrax, just custom to match my color scheme. So, and I had mini black chandeliers hanging from the tree. So I remember there was a lady that came to visit that from one of the churches I used to attend. She came to visit one day and she said, "Well, that's a very interesting, unique tree."
Right. Different.
She was
Exactly.
correct.
I like being different myself, dude. I don't like to be like that normal person that just does the same thing everybody else does. That bores me, to be honest with you.
Well,
I'm not a cut.
You saw my Instagram post yesterday, Sonny.
No. I'd have to look at my own Instagram.
It said normal is so fucking overrated.
Yeah, I know exactly right. Exactly. Anyways, you guys, I need to get off here so my husband can go to bed. I'm not going to bed, but he's going to bed.
Oh, I think we know what your husband wants to do before bed, honey.
Yeah, he wants to go to sleep on his pillow and talk. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No. My husband wants really when he goes to bed, he's like, "Get over here, boobs in the face now, boobs in the face now." That's my husband all the time. He's just happy.
They are his pillows, his comfort
They are.
zone.
No, I'm not even kidding you. It's like someone that just goes, like he's like, and then he'll literally say to me, guys, he'll literally go, I really wish you could feel how soft these are. I really would. Well, the only thing that I got to even try on him is ass cheeks to even, but I'm like, I'm not kidding. I am kind of jealous because they are soft. And I'm thinking, why don't I get any extra bonuses? Why do the women always lose? Why do we have menopause?
Not all women. Not all women.
Well, I'm just not all, but most. Like, I'm just like, we have to shave our beards too as we get older. Oh shit! There's husband.
Hi, husband.
Hey, husband. Don't forget the back scratch. So, husband was watching for you. Oh.
So he's gonna give you, Sonny. He's gonna give you a back scratch when you go to bed.
Oh.
I was just about to be a little
that's
deeper.
how I read that.
Now that I know
all right,
that
guys. Well, I'm gonna head out. You all have a great night, and I will talk to you another time.
Yeah, we're out of here too anyway. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Yep.
Take
Bye,
care.
everybody.
Have a good week.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Good night, Michelle.
Yeah. All right. So it's time for me to go give the husband a back scratch.
No, you were getting a back scratch.
You know what? I would rather have my feet done any day than a back scratch. Like I have my husband. Husband.
Wait, what did you just do?
One of those petty rollers. I only realized it now, Adam, with the motion I was doing, but I was thinking of the petty roller because you would do it up and down.
See, now they're going to take that caption with no volume and they're going to put that up saying that you got busted on live.
I know, right? Yeah.
You better get to it.
Yeah. You guys. Okay, you guys. Sunday, we'll see you Sunday. Hopefully, please. And please, anyone that's watching this video, I really do hope you guys come. One thing that always, for me, disappoints me is that, unless there's Delphi murders and whatever in the title, people don't seem to care much about the actual, tributes and stuff like that. So it would be nice if you guys could make it, even it will be more like a little marathon thing. It always just hurts my heart, that the world says, well, I'd rather listen to, all this stuff versus some tributing somebody. Whether even with the Delphi girls too. Freaking the tribute videos get shit all for views. Saddens me.
Because it's heavy. It's heavy. It's not salacious. I get it. I mean that, but yeah, it sucks.
But to me, and my
every one of you that's here.
I get it, but still, you're honoring somebody. You're honoring the death in a sense of somebody, because people say, I care about Delphi girls, right? They say that they care so much. So you only care then if you're hearing blood, guts, and horror about it. That's how I think of it. So you say you care, but yet, but the thing is, I get it. Some people don't like that stuff, just like some people don't like going into hospitals, but tributes to me are, you're honoring the people. You're honoring Abby and Libby, honoring Blaine, honoring Brianne,
and we appreciate every single one of you that's going to be here and that is here and that supports everyone.
Yeah.
So,
and if you're not, it's life, right? Anyways, you guys take care. Have a great night, right?
Lewis, thank you for joining us.
Thank you again.
Thank you, everybody.